curiosity. She was falling in love. He came slowly down the stairs. I just checked on Angus and Emma. They're fine. We're taking a break for a few hours, Tony explained as she started up the stairs. I'll be on the 5th floor. All right. Carlos reached the base of the stairs. I'm going to bed, Caitlin whispered. His gaze met hers, and she could swear the amber flecks in his eyes were smoldering like hot coals. Why don't you join me? She wished she had the nerve to say it out loud. If the heat in his eyes was any indication, he was already thinking it. Sleep well, Carolina, he whispered, then strode to the kitchen. Her heart sank as she watched the kitchen door swing shut in his wake. Hey, Tony said softly, halfway to the landing. Don't give up. Caitlin nodded and headed up the stairs. She knew Carlos was attracted to her. He'd admitted it to himself. So why was he fighting it so hard? What was he protecting her from? After a long nap, she took a hot shower and readied herself for a trip to the school where Raquel and Coco lived. She called Shanna to learn more about the Dragon Nest Academy. Her sister had founded the school so that hybrid, shapeshifter, and a few mortal children who knew too much could all learn in an environment where they would be free to be themselves. The current roster of students included Constantine, a group of 10 outcast werewolf boys, 5 werepanther children, and 2 mortal students, Bethany and Lucy. As the sun neared the horizon, Caitlin left her room to go to the kitchen. Just as she started down the stairs, the doorbell rang. She quickened her steps so she could answer the door, then halted on the landing. Carlos was already at the security panel, punching in the number to turn off the alarm. He opened the door to reveal a tall, handsome man with dark hair and a wide grin. Carlos! The man stepped into the foyer, rolling a large suitcase behind him. Fernando! Carlos grabbed him by the shoulders and quickly pecked each cheek. Thank you for coming, my friend. Caitlin recognized the language as Portuguese. She hesitated on the landing, reluctant to interrupt their reunion, but not wanting to eavesdrop either. Fernando let a large tote bag slide off his shoulder to land on the floor. You know I'd do anything for you. He wrapped his arms around Carlos in a tight embrace. Carlos returned the hug, his eyes squeezed shut. As the 2 men continued to hold each other, Caitlin's psychic senses tingled. There were no words spoken, no language for her to comprehend, but still, she could feel a communication passing between the 2 men. Goosebumps skittered up her arms. This was deeper than communication. There was a connection between them, something that tied the men together. It was both strong and tender, and it had her completely confused. Her mind raced, searching for an explanation. They were both guardians of the children. Had they rescued them together? Did they witness the murders and face death together in order to save the children? Whatever had happened, she sensed it had been traumatic for both men. Fernando leaned back and placed a hand on Carlos's cheek. I missed your face. Caitlin's breath stuck in her throat. There was no mistaking the love in Fernando's eyes. And Carlos, his eyes were glimmering with tears. She pressed a hand to her chest. Was this why Carlos kept rejecting her? But he'd said he wasn't gay. It didn't make sense. She stepped back. She had no right to witness this. Carlos lay his hand on top of Fernando's and removed it from his cheek. You miss his face. His face. Caitlin tumbled deeper into confusion. Fernando stepped back, looking away from Carlos with a pained expression. Caitlin eased back, but her movement caught his eye. We have company, Fernando murmured, still speaking in Portuguese. Carlos glanced at her, and his jaw ticked. I'm so sorry, Caitlin said in English as she hurried down the stairs. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to the kitchen to find some supper. I ordered some pizzas, Carlos grumbled. They'll be here soon. He motioned to his friend. This is Fernando Castello. How do you do? I'm Caitlin Whalen. She rushed forward to shake hands with him. Ah, you are Caitlin. He smiled, speaking with a slight accent. Coco and Raquel told me about you on the phone. They like you very much. The feeling is mutual, Caitlin assured him. I can't wait to see them tonight. What? Carlos frowned at her. I'm going to the school with you, Caitlin explained. Carlos shook his head. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Caitlin lifted her chin. Tony invited me. Carlos's frown deepened into a scowl, and she glared back. Interesting, Fernando murmured. Could I interrupt the staring contest, Carlos? I've been on a plane since yesterday, and I'd like to clean up a bit before we see the children. Of course. Carlos's face flushed a ruddy color. You can use my room. I'll show you. He grabbed the handle of the big roller suitcase and hauled it up the stairs. Fernando picked his tote bag off the floor. He leaned close to Caitlin and whispered, Don't worry, he's not gay. I heard that, Carlos growled from the stairs. Fernando chuckled, then winked at Caitlin and followed Carlos up the stairs. She watched the two men disappear up the stairs. How did a mortal man like Fernando end up as a co-guardian for 5 werepanther children? There was a great deal she still didn't know. If she let Carlos go on the expedition without her, she might never get to know him better. He might find a werepanther mate and forget all about her. If she wanted a chance with him, she needed to accompany him. Tonight, she would make her case to Emma. Chapter 16. Oh, I like it, Caitlin said as she entered Coco's and Raquel's dorm room at the Dragon Nest Academy. It's so colorful. This is my bed. Coco leaped onto a twin bed with a bright purple comforter with hot pink hearts. Mrs. McPhee let us pick out our own stuff, Raquel said in Portuguese. She climbed onto her bed, covered with a hot pink comforter dotted with purple princess crowns. Caitlin perched on the end of Coco's bed as she looked around. The walls had been painted pink, and a purple shag rug rested on the floor between the two beds. Tony had tried hard to make the two girls feel welcome. Even so, the dresser and bedside table looked sadly bare of toys and girly things. Caitlin dug inside her silk tote bag and pulled out 2 Russian nesting dolls. I have too many of these, so I was hoping you would look after these 2. Oh, they're pretty! Coco crawled up close. The little girls gasped when Caitlin pulled one of the dolls apart. There's another one inside, Raquel whispered. Caitlin handed each girl a matryoshka. Thank you! They quickly opened each doll, laughing and chattering in Portuguese. Caitlin smiled. Her treasures were bringing her even more joy now that she was sharing them. She'd been at the school for over an hour now. It had taken a few trips for the vamps to teleport her, Tony, Carlos, and Fernando and his luggage. The werepanther children had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, and the foyer had filled with happy squeals and laughter as they hugged Fernando. Caitlin couldn't help but notice that he was much more at ease, hugging and talking to the children, than Carlos. She didn't doubt that Carlos loved them. She could see it in his eyes, and she knew he was fiercely protective of them. But for some reason he was reluctant to bond emotionally with them. The oldest werepanther child was 16-year-old Emiliano. He was lanky and a bit awkward, but Caitlin had no doubt that he would eventually be as handsome and graceful as Carlos. The next 2 werepanther children were 12-year-old twins, Teresa and Tiago. Teresa was wearing a ton of makeup, as if she desperately wanted to look about 8 years older. Caitlin made a mental note to herself to get to know her better, so she could convince the girl she was naturally beautiful and didn't need to try so hard. When Raquel and Coco ran up to hug Caitlin, her heart squeezed. The 9-year-old and 6-year-old always looked so young and vulnerable to her. She suspected they touched her so much because she had been 9 years old when Shanna had left. She'd felt abandoned and alone, even though she still had parents and a brother. Raquel and Coco were even more alone. All of Caitlin's life, lost cats and dogs had come to her for help. Instinctively, they had known she would understand them and open her heart to them. With Raquel and Coco, that phenomenon had risen to a new level, and her heart had responded. They walked on each side of her, holding her hands as Tony took everyone on a tour of the school. Dragon Nest Academy was housed in a 3-story, H-shaped mansion. The center section was reserved for administrative offices and schoolrooms. The west wing held dorm rooms for single males on the 2nd and 3rd floors. A few married couples, like Ian and Tony, and Phil and Vonda, had rooms on the 1st floor. The east wing was for single females. Coco and Raquel shared a room on the 2nd floor, and they had been eager to show it to Caitlin. She'd gone with them while Carlos helped Fernando move into his new room in the west wing. Fernando had announced he was officially ready to crash after his long plane trip. Caitlin lounged back on Coco's bed. "Where is Teresa's room?" "She's next door," Coco said as she spread the 5 nesting dolls out across her pillow. "They lock the east wing off every night," Raquel said. Caitlin sat up. "You can get out, can't you? In case of a fire?" "Oh yeah, we can get out," Raquel said, "but no one can get in." Coco laughed. "Uncle Carlos is afraid one of the werewolf boys will like us. He said dogs and cats can't mix." Caitlin snorted. "I have news for you. All men are dogs." After the girls laughed, she continued, "You guys are too young to worry about boys." Raquel stacked her dolls back together. "Uncle Carlos says we are the most precious girls on the planet. The future of our species depends on us." Caitlin winced. Carlos shouldn't be laying such a heavy burden on these children. She'd have a word with him. "Teresa is supposed to marry Emiliano," Coco said. "Teresa's only 12, Caitlin protested. "Oh, it won't happen for a long, long time," Raquel assured her. "Like, about 5 years." Caitlin grimaced. "Is Teresa okay with this?" Raquel shrugged. "Emiliano's the only one she can marry." "He likes her," Coco said. "He looks at her when we're eating lunch." She grinned at Raquel. "I saw Tiago looking at you." Raquel snorted. "He has big ears. You can have him." Coco chewed on her bottom lip. "Maybe we can share him." "You can't share a husband." Raquel crossed her arms and made a sound of disgust. "Wait a minute." Caitlin stood. "You are way too young to be thinking about marriage." Raquel scowled at her feet. "We have to save our species. Uncle Carlos said so." Caitlin groaned. Uncle Carlos should be smacked upside the head. Raquel and Coco giggled. "I'd like to see that," Coco said. "If anyone could smack him, it would be Caitlin," Raquel added. The 2 girls looked up at Caitlin with admiration and hope in their eyes. Her heart expanded and her mind hardened with resolve. These girls deserved a childhood that was free of the heavy burden of saving their race. They'd already suffered enough. They needed to have choices in life. If she could help Carlos find more werepanthers, it would ease their burden, and it would enlarge the list of potential mates in their future. "I need to talk to Emma." Caitlin headed out the door. "I'll be back in a little while." After 10 minutes, she located Emma and Angus in a security office on the ground floor. They were discussing something with Ian McPhee. "Are you ready to go back to the townhouse?" Emma asked. "I'd like a word with you if you don't mind." Caitlin waited for Ian to leave the room, then launched into her proposal. Angus and Emma looked surprised. When they didn't respond right away, she pressed on. I have contacts at the embassies in Bangkok and Chiang Mai. I know the Thai language. I'm also familiar with the dialects used by the hill tribes where Carlos will be going. Angus held up a hand to stop her. I believe Carlos has already arranged for an interpreter. But can he trust a stranger? Caitlin asked. She has a point there, Emma murmured. Didn't Carlos have trouble with his translator in Nicaragua? She'd be invaluable as a translator, I grant you that. Angus gave Caitlin a worried look. But can you manage a trek into the jungle? We may not have to go into the jungle, Caitlin said. I have always attracted dogs and cats. They seek me out the same way Raquel and Coco did in the garden at Romatech. I believe if I was with Carlos, the werepanthers would come to us. How interesting. Emma perched on the edge of the desk. I visited a hill tribe before when I worked for the State Department, Caitlin explained. I think we would simply stay with the tribe and the werepanthers would find us. It would keep Carlos from wandering aimlessly about the jungle. Angus rubbed his chin, considering. You make a good case for yourself. How does Carlos feel about your idea? Caitlin shifted her weight. Well, he's against it, for sure, Emma said. He probably thinks it's too dangerous for you. Caitlin made a face. He sort of mentioned that. It is too dangerous for you, Angus grumbled. Emma rolled her eyes. The men always say that. But if you think you can handle it, Caitlin, I see no reason why you shouldn't go. Caitlin grinned. Thank you. I just want to know why, Emma continued. Why are you willing to do this? I realize you're attracted to Carlos, but he's doing this to find a mate. I know. Caitlin sighed. I know I might lose him, but I still want to help him, and I want to help the children. Emma nodded. All right. I say we let her go. She gave her husband a questioning look. Angus hesitated. Are you sure you want to do this, lass? It could be dangerous. At the least, 'twill be very uncomfortable. I'm sure. Angus nodded. Then, ye have my blessing. I'll tell Carlos of our decision. After Carlos finished helping Fernanda move into his new room in the West Wing, he headed for the security office to talk to Angus. Carlos? Teresa approached him in the main hallway. She appeared nervous, her teeth stained red from chewing her bottom lip, which was covered with a thick coat of lipstick. Can I talk to you? In private? Yes. His immediate worry was that one of the werewolf boys had developed a crush on her. The school had 10 teenage werewolf boys living on campus, all training to become alphas, and Teresa was the only girl close to their age. It didn't help matters that she was trying to look older. He wondered if he could manage to tell her to lay off the makeup without hurting her feelings. He followed her into a room filled with tables and chairs and a television. Teresa paced around the room. This is the teacher's lounge, but it's empty now. I can see that. He watched her pace nervously for a while. Whatever was bothering her, she was having a hard time talking about it. Have any of the boys been bothering you? No. She clutched her hands together. Another possibility occurred to Carlos. She might have started menstruating, which meant the time for her first transformation would be with the next full moon. Are you close to the time for your first shifting? I don't know. I don't think so. She took a deep breath. I don't want you to go on your trip. Fernando will be here. It's not that, she interrupted. I don't want you to risk your life again just to find a mate. Carlos sighed. You know I need a mate, and you and the other girls need a werepanther woman who can guide you when the time comes for your first shifting. Teresa lifted her chin. I don't need anyone to help me. I can take care of myself. And I can take care of you. I want to be your mate." Carlos stepped back in shock. The notion was so ludicrous he nearly barked with laughter. Instead, he turned his back to her and cleared his throat. Merda! How could he tell her this was ridiculous without hurting her feelings? He turned slowly, schooling his features. "It's kind of you to make such an offer, but I'm afraid you would leave Emiliano devastated. He'd get over it. He can have Raquel, and then Tiago can have Coco. You see? It works out perfectly." Carlos edged toward the door and pushed it wide open. "Emiliano is perfect for you. He's 16. He's a boy. He can't compare to you. He doesn't have the extra powers that you have." "I wouldn't wish my extra powers on anyone. The cost was way too high." Teresa stepped toward him. "I know how much it cost you. You suffered through all that in order to save us. This is the least I can do to pay you back." "You don't owe me anything, Teresa." "But I love you," she insisted. He winced. "Hero worship is not love. You don't know about love yet. You're too young." "Don't tell me that!" she cried. "I saw my parents butchered and thrown on a fire to burn. I've been through more hell than other people twice my age." Carlos's heart wrenched in his chest. He had a tough enough time dealing with the memories that haunted him daily. How on earth could these children handle it? "Menina, you're 12 years old. I'm 28. It can't happen." Tears streamed down her face. "I only want to help. Don't hate me." Merda. He'd completely bungled this, and now he was afraid to even hug the girl when she was crying. "I could never hate you. Do me a favor, okay? Take a seat and don't move." She sat at one of the tables. "I'd do anything for you, Carlos." He groaned inwardly and ran to the administrative office. Luckily, Tony and Ian were there. He explained things quickly, and Tony rushed off to comfort Teresa. Carlos paced across the office. His expedition couldn't wait any longer. He needed to get away from Teresa and Caitlin. He turned to Ian. "Do you know where Angus is?" "He's in the security office with his wife and Caitlin Whalen." Carlos stiffened. What was Caitlin doing with them? A niggling suspicion tickled the back of his neck. She'd better not be doing what he thought. He rushed into the hall just as Angus exited the security office. "I need to talk to you." "Good. I need to talk to you." Angus opened a door. "This conference room is empty. Come on in." Chapter 17. "No, she's not coming." Carlos paced around the conference table. Fear and rage stormed inside him, growing in intensity till his skin tingled with the desire to shift. But this wasn't a physical foe he could conquer. This was a deep anguish over the fear that he would cause Caitlin's death. Angus sat at the head of the table, calmly watching Carlos as he prowled about the room. "She has contacts. She knows the languages. Hell, she understands every language. You couldn't have asked for a better interpreter." "I know all the reasons," Carlos interrupted. "I've heard it before. She's still not going." "You prefer to traipse around the jungle with no idea where the big cats are? She can draw the cats to you, lad." "She can draw me to her." "It's too dangerous for her." "She says she can handle it." "She can't. She may be mentally and emotionally strong, but physically, she's a powder puff." "She's going," Angus said softly. "I'm paying for the expedition, so the decision is mine." A flash of anger ripped free from Carlos's control. His arms shimmered a second, then his hands shifted into large black paws with sharp, lethal claws. He sucked in a deep breath and concentrated hard. Beads of sweat popped out on his brow, but he succeeded in changing his hands back to normal. Angus sat forward, leaning on his elbows. "You can partially shift. I heard you can shift without a full moon, too. You must be an alpha." Carlos shook his head wearily. "That's a werewolf term. It's completely different for cats." "How so?" Carlos groaned. "It has nothing to do with my trip." "I dunna care. I want to know how it works for your kind." Carlos slumped into a chair. He really didn't want to talk about this, but he supposed his employer had the right to know. Werepanthers start off at level 1. They shift each month on the night of a full moon. That is the only time they shift. Angus nodded. "Like Emiliano?" "Yes." Carlos rubbed his brow. "I'm at level 3, so I have more power. I can shift whenever I like. I'm faster and stronger, and I can communicate telepathically while in feline form." "Interesting. What did you do to reach such a level?" Carlos twisted his mouth into a wry smile. "It doesn't require a lot of training like the wolves do. It's quite simple, really. You only have to die." Angus sat back. "Die?" Carlos nodded. "I died twice saving the orphans. I'm on my 3rd life. That tale about cats having 9 lives is true for werepanthers." Angus stared at him dumbfounded. "You died? Twice?" "I really don't like to think about it." "But your people were slaughtered. If you can come back to life, why did they not?" "Their bodies were hacked into pieces and thrown into a fire." Carlos closed his eyes briefly, trying to chase away the memories. "There's no way to come back from that." "I see. I'm sorry." Carlos took a deep breath. "I have witnessed enough death. I cannot endanger Caitlin." "Lad, if you stay with the hill tribe and let the cats come to you, then she should be reasonably safe. Danger from the jungle is one thing, but she's in danger from me. Don't you see what she's up to? She'll use this trip to seduce me." Angus's mouth twitched. "A fate worse than death." "It would be." "Why? Can you not restrain yourself?" Carlos clenched his fists to keep his claws from springing out. "You don't understand how much I want her." A glint of anger sparked in Angus's eyes. I do. I understand very well how a man can ache and long for a special woman. But if you want Caitlin so much, why are you hunting elsewhere for a mate? She's not a werepanther. So? Can you not bite her and make her one? That's how the werewolves do it." Carlos jumped to his feet and paced around the table. "It's not that easy. Changing from one species to another causes a massive genetic shift. I've seen mortal men and women die, writhing in agony, unable to survive the transformation." Angus grimaced. "That sounds awful, but there must have been some mortals who survived the change. You look a lot more European than Native American. Your tribe must have brought mortals in and made them into shifters." "That's true," Carlos conceded. "But it happened gradually, over 500 years. When the Portuguese explorers first arrived, they mated with our women. The children from these unions were mortal, but we believe they retained some latent werepanther DNA. Over the years, with all the cross-mating that occurred, there are probably thousands of Brazilian mortals with some werepanther DNA." "Has this been documented?" Angus asked. "No, it's just a theory, but we believe the mortals who already possess some of our DNA are the only ones who survive the transformation. We have no way of knowing, really, since we don't want to be tested in a lab and have our existence exposed." Angus nodded. "Understandable. Maybe Roman can test in his lab. Even if the theory is correct, it's not going to help us. I don't see how Caitlin could possibly have any latent werepanther DNA. If I bite her, I would probably kill her. I can't take that chance. I care too much about her. Angus tapped his fingers on the table. I understand your fear. I felt responsible for Emma's death. It was a terrible time for me. Carlos sat back down. I can't travel with her. I have to keep rejecting her, and it hurts her feelings. Then tell her the truth. She deserves to know why. Carlos stiffened. No, she might decide to take the chance. 'Tis her life. I believe it is her choice. No. Carlos sprung back to his feet. I'm not giving her a choice. If she dies, I couldn't live with it. If she lives, you would both be very happy. I'm not gambling with her life. Carlos dragged a hand through his hair. That's what caused the massacre. My cousin married a woman from Sao Paulo, and she wanted to become a werepanther like him. She died 1 week after their wedding. Her father was a powerful businessman, and he went berserk with rage when he learned what had happened. He was the one who sent the thugs to murder us. Angus went pale. Imagine how Sean Whalen would react if I kill his daughter. Carlos collapsed in the chair. He'd find a way to destroy us all. Then you must be careful not to bite her. If you love her, you will protect her. Angus rose to his feet. But I want her on the trip with you. She can help you more than anyone. You should be able to leave in a week. Yes, sir. He'd keep his hands off Caitlin. He had to. Angus strode to the door, then paused. Before you leave, I want you both to give blood samples to Roman. Why? Angus smiled sadly. I'm not sure, but if anyone can figure out a way to help you two, it would be Roman. Caitlin was giddy with excitement as the day neared for their departure. She hoped her enthusiasm would be contagious, but Carlos remained angry and aloof. He insisted she continue her training with guns, knives, and martial arts, and he taught her himself. He worked her hard, continuously reminding her that if she didn't toughen up, the jungle could kill her. She suspected he was taking revenge by making her miserable. At any rate, she was too sore and exhausted to flirt with him. She contacted her friends at the embassies in Bangkok and Chiang Mai and arranged for visas in case she and Carlos stayed in the country over 30 days. She made flight and hotel reservations. She did everything she could to prove her usefulness to Carlos, and he managed to grumble thanks a few times. Shanna drove them to the airport to see them off. She hugged Caitlin fiercely as Carlos unloaded their bags. I just got you back in my life. I can't believe you're going. That makes 2 of us, Carlos muttered. Shanna pinned him with a stern look. Don't you dare let anything happen to my sister. He stiffened with an indignant look. I'll protect her with my life. Caitlin batted her eyelashes at him. That's so romantic. He scowled at her. Shanna eyed the 2 backpacks in his hands. Is that all you're taking? Caitlin made a face. He insists we travel light. You don't roll a 29-inch upright suitcase through the jungle, Carlos grumbled. Shanna smiled as she adjusted her sister's khaki-colored fedora on her head. You look like a female Indiana Jones. Caitlin glanced down at her khaki pants and hiking boots. All I need is a bullwhip. We'll be buying our weapons after we arrive, Carlos announced. I've already made arrangements. Shanna turned to Caitlin with beseeching eyes. This sounds dangerous. Are you sure you should do this? No, she shouldn't, Carlos growled. Yes, I should, Caitlin insisted. Don't pay any attention to him. He's an old sourpuss. He snorted. Shanna hugged her once again. I'm going to leave before I start crying. She drove away. 45 minutes later, Caitlin settled in the window seat next to Carlos on the 747 that would take them to Bangkok. She fastened her seatbelt. Wasn't it wonderful of Angus and Emma to spring for first-class tickets? Jess. It's an incredibly long flight, you know. Jess. They'll show us a movie or two. Jess. She leaned close to him, smiling. I love traveling with you. You're so agreeable. He gave her an annoyed look. Are you going to talk the whole time? She smiled sweetly. Yes. He groaned and closed his eyes. After takeoff, the first meal was served. Then the lights were dimmed. Many passengers tilted their seats back to try to sleep. Caitlin turned her head to look at Carlos. His eyes were closed, his brow smooth and relaxed. She admired his thick black eyelashes and sharp nose. A gold stud gleamed in his ear. His jaw was shaded with dark whiskers. Overall, the most gorgeous man she'd ever known. He'd mentioned once before that his kind tended to attract women. She'd seen proof of that just walking through the airport. Female heads turned in his direction when he passed by. Something about being a cat, she supposed. One young woman had literally walked into a wall while ogling him, and another tripped and fell over a suitcase. Do you grow whiskers? She whispered. He grunted, his eyes still shut. Didn't shave this morning. No, I mean real whiskers. You know, when you... He opened his eyes to frown at her. I'm not talking about it here. There's not enough privacy. But I want to know what it's like. I'd love to see you when you're... No, you wouldn't. It would mean we're in danger. He angled his body in his seat to face her. I've given this a lot of thought, and I want you to pretend to be my wife on this trip. It'll be the best way for me to protect you. Her mouth dropped open. You're proposing to me? Pretend, wife. Just to keep you safe. Ah, she smiled. But will I be safe from you? His jaw ticked. Jess. I already booked 2 rooms in Bangkok and Chiang Mai. We'll change it to 1. I'll sleep on the floor. That doesn't sound very comfy. In a few days we'll be sleeping in the jungle. How comfy does that sound? She grimaced. I was hoping we wouldn't have to leave the hill tribe. They have little houses on stilts. One more thing I want you to understand. I'll be in charge on this trip. She arched a brow. Really? I didn't vote for you. I have more experience. If things get dangerous, you need to do exactly what I tell you to do. It's the best way to keep you safe. Fine. She crossed her arms. And since we're making demands like a dictator, I have one. Don't let your professor friend and your guide know that I can understand every word they say. Why would you want to deceive them? So I can see how trustworthy they are. She smiled grimly and repeated his words. It's the best way to keep you safe. Fine. He lounged back in his seat. I guess we have each other's backs. I'll take whatever body part you can give me. He snorted. I also want to know all about you. He shrugged. No point. I disagree. If I'm going to help you, I need to know as much as possible, especially if I'm going to pass as your wife. In fact, you'll have to act a lot more friendly and affectionate to me, or no one will believe we're married. He smirked. I didn't say we were happily married. She swatted his shoulder. There you go, ruining our marriage before we can even get started. He chuckled. She smiled. Now that's more like it. After all, I have to assume you like me if you were willing to marry me. Pretend marriage. And I like you very much. That's why I'm so worried about your safety. Her heart swelled at the compliment. That's why you were such a slave driver this last week? Jess, and I was angry that you wheedled your way into my plans. I just want to help you and the children. Now, tell me everything you can. It's not private enough here. Tell me in Portuguese. I'll understand." She patted his hand. "Please." Carlos heaved a sigh. "Fine. But first, you have to tell me why you lost your job at the State Department." She gave him an annoyed look. "That's old news." "As your pretend husband, I should know. Did you accidentally stab an ambassador in the groin?" She laughed. "No. I helped a woman leave the country. She's with friends now in the States, and she's safe." "She was in danger?" Her father had marked her for an honor killing. He wasn't happy with some of the Western ways she'd adopted. Carlos grimaced. "That was a reason to kill her?" "Yes. He raised a big stink about me helping her escape. I got in trouble for interfering, but I'd do it again." Carlos nodded, his eyes glimmering in the dim light. "You are a brave woman, Carolina." Her heart expanded, and she gave him a sly smile. "You must be proud to be my husband." "Pretend husband." She touched his hand. "Now it's your turn to talk." He settled back into his seat. "What do you want to know?" Chapter 18. Carlos glanced across the aisle. The elderly woman seated there had taken sleeping pills and was nodding off. Everyone had pulled the shutters down on their windows, and the first-class cabin was dark and quiet. The only sound he could hear was the hum of engines. Even though the plane was full, he felt oddly alone with Caitlin. Even more odd, he felt at peace. For the first time in 5 years, there was someone willing to accompany him on an expedition, someone willing to brave the discomfort and danger. For so long, he'd struggled against his predicament all alone. He was truly grateful that Caitlin was with him, although he wasn't about to tell her that. After years of being haunted with horrible memories, he looked forward to seeing her bright and happy face every day. Her optimistic, courageous attitude soothed his pain and gave him hope. He figured she'd ask him about the summer of death. It was a topic he always tried to avoid, but in her case, he decided it would be good for her to understand the extent of devastation his people had suffered. If she knew how important it was for him to locate a suitable mate, she might find it easier to let him go. "How was your life growing up?" she whispered in English. He switched to Portuguese in case anyone seated nearby was still awake and listening. "It was always a dual life. We spent the summer months in the tribal village. Those were the easy days, when we were free to roam the jungle and be ourselves. In the winter, we lived in the city, but would return to the village for the night of the full moon. And that's when you would shift, yes, though it doesn't happen until a child reaches puberty. So Raquel and Coco haven't done it yet." "No." He realized she was being careful not to say anything too provocative in English. "Teresa and Tiago haven't either. Only Emiliano." She nodded. "Where did you live in the winter?" "Rio. My dad was a newspaper editor." "You're kidding." "No. He loved the job, and it put him in a good position to make sure no rumors were ever printed about our people." "Ah, clever." A wave of grief seeped into his heart. "Jess, he was a smart man, a wonderful father, and the leader of our tribe." She placed her hand on top of his. "You lost him." "He was murdered when our tribe was attacked 5 years ago. I call it the summer of death." "I'm so sorry." Coco and Raquel spoke briefly of it. "It still causes them so much pain." Carlos nodded. He was reluctant to admit how bad he was at comforting the children. He didn't know how to give them peace when he had none for himself. "You call it a summer," Caitlin whispered. "It lasted longer than one day?" "Jess." Her hand still rested on top of his. It felt so good that he entwined his fingers with hers. There were 2 tribes in the jungle about 20 miles apart from each other. My brother and I were in a jeep, going to the other tribe. You have a brother? Had. She gasped. Oh no. Eriko and I were going to visit a cousin. We'd missed his wedding a week earlier, 'cause we were in college taking final exams. We heard screams in the distance. Terrible screams. And there was smoke billowing in the air, with a horrendous smell. We pulled the jeep over, took out our knives, and came up on the village from behind. The attack had already begun, she whispered. He closed his eyes briefly as the memories shot through his mind. They had machine guns. Those who tried to run away into the jungle were mowed down. Others cowered in their huts, but the bastards went from home to home. You could hear the gunfire and screams. Caitlin squeezed his hand. What did you do? Eriko and I sneaked into the back of the nearest hut. We found Teresa and Tiago and got them to the jeep. We went back. That was when he'd seen one of the thugs dragging a little boy out of his hiding place beneath a canoe. Carlos threw his knife and killed the thug, but when he tried to rescue the little boy, they were sprayed with bullets. The boy died. Somehow Carlos managed to make it back into the jungle before collapsing. That had been his first death. Eriko had carried him back to the jeep and driven him and the children home. A few hours later, he'd wakened to his second life. You went back? Caitlin asked. What happened? He hesitated. Did he really want to tell her that he'd died? Twice? Doing so had given him extra power, but he'd never viewed that as a great achievement. It was more of a colossal failure. Would she even want to go into the jungle with him if she thought he couldn't protect her? Hell, he'd failed to protect himself. Twice. He cleared his throat. We went back. Everyone was dead. Their bodies were thrown into a fire, and the whole village was burned to the ground. Why would they do such a horrendous thing? Carlos shrugged. Anger, hatred, greed. The man behind it all wanted revenge. Then he tried to buy up the land afterward. Has he been arrested? Carlos shook his head. My brother and I pressed charges against him. I guess he figured the best way to avoid getting arrested was to kill the witnesses. So he attacked your father's tribe. Carlos tilted his head back, closing his eyes. He and Eriko had worried there would be a retaliation, but their father had insisted they press charges. He'd also armed the men in the village and prepared them for a possible attack. Still, it clawed at him. My people might still be alive if I hadn't pressed charges. Caitlin leaned close and spoke for the first time in Portuguese. Don't you dare blame yourself. You did the right thing. I'm sure your father agreed. He did. Carlos opened his eyes and felt blessed to have Caitlin so close, gazing at him with so much compassion in her lovely turquoise eyes. I have a strong feeling that the monster who murdered the first tribe was going to come after your tribe no matter what, she continued. He was out to destroy your people. Carlos nodded. That's what Fernando says. How does he fit into the story? Eriko met him in college, and they became very close. After the first massacre, Eriko and I took Tiago and Teresa to Rio, and Fernando's parents took care of them. Fernando wanted to help our people, so he went with us when we returned to the tribe. And that's when the attack happened. Jess, Carlos sighed. The murderers attacked at night, killing the 2 men on guard duty before they could raise the alarm. And then the slaughter began. Caitlin shuddered. Eriko convinced Fernando to take the jeep down a path where he could hide it in the jungle. My people tried to fight, but they'd only get off a shot or 2 before they were mowed down by machine gun fire. I saw my parents die. Caitlin grimaced. I'm so sorry. The bastards started a huge fire to burn the bodies. While they were busy with that, Eriko and I sneaked from hut to hut, looking for children who were still alive. We found Coco, Raquel, and Emiliano, then ran, carrying them to the jeep. Then we went back to look for more survivors. And we were both shot. Oh no. Eriko's wound was worse than mine. I managed to carry him a little ways into the woods before I passed out. I'm fuzzy on what happened after that. At some point, Fernando found us. He carried me to the jeep, then ran back to get Eriko. Carlos squeezed Caitlin's hand as tears blurred his vision. Eriko was gone. They'd found him and thrown him onto the fire. Caitlin pressed a hand against his chest. I'm so sorry. A tear rolled down her cheek. Fernando took me and the children to his parents' home in Rio. Carlos didn't want to admit that he died a second time. After I recovered, I tried to deal with things. I leased the tribal lands to an oil company that wanted to drill. Then I used that money to buy a house in Rio so the children would have a home. When Fernando offered to share guardianship with me, I was grateful for his help. It was very kind and generous of him. He felt it was the best way to honor Eriko's death. He loved Eriko so much. Carlos blinked back tears. We lived in the house with the children. People assumed Fernando and I were in a relationship. We were, I suppose, but not in a sexual way. I don't know how I would have made it through those first few months without him. He was a rock for me and the children. You were lucky to have him. Yes, but it took me about a year to realize what it was costing him. Eriko was my twin. Caitlin gasped. Identical? Yes. And every day, Fernando would see my face. My presence was a torture for him. I would catch him looking at me with so much love and pain. I knew I had to leave. That's so sad. Another tear rolled down her cheek. Carlos brushed it away. He was having a hard time keeping his own tears at bay. I've always had this terrible fear that Fernando couldn't tell us apart when he rescued me. Then, when I regained consciousness, he realized he'd saved the wrong twin. Oh, Carlos! Caitlin placed her hands on his face. A tear escaped down his cheek, and she wiped it with her thumb. I've never told anyone this before, he whispered. For 5 years I've been afraid that Fernando regrets saving me. Now he's stuck with the brother who can't love him. Don't say that. He went back for your brother, right? He intended all along to save you both. He never chose between the two of you. The choice was taken away. Carlos squeezed his eyes shut. I miss my brother so much, and I know the children are hurting, but I don't know what to say to them. She lowered her hands. You're doing fine. He opened his eyes. Do you understand why I have to find a mother for them? Yes. He touched her cheek. I'm sorry it can't be you. So am I. With a sigh, he dropped his hand. Sometimes it hurts to do the right thing. She nodded. It hurt you to tell me everything, but I'm glad you did. Thank you. He settled back in his seat. She'd misinterpreted his statement. What was hurting him the most was rejecting her. If only... But it did no good to avoid the truth. He couldn't have her. Let's get some rest. He closed his eyes and listened to the rustling sounds she made as she nestled underneath a flannel blanket. Eventually, he heard her breathing become slow and even. He opened his eyes to look at her while she slept. Her soft cheeks glistened from the tears she'd shed for him and his family. His chest tightened. He was awed by her determination to help him and the children. Awed by how quickly and thoroughly she could open her heart to someone. She was beautiful, clever, loyal, and brave. He nudged her head over till she was sleeping on his shoulder. Her scent filled him with a sense of comfort and peace. As she drifted off to sleep, he realized he felt much more than desire and passion for Caitlin. He loved her. Caitlin yawned again as they walked across the campus of Chulalongkorn University. Even though she'd managed to sleep a little on the long flight, she was still exhausted. "You don't have to do this," Carlos said. "The professor speaks English, so I don't need an interpreter. You could go back to the hotel and sleep." "I'm fine. I'm enjoying the walk." It felt good to stretch her legs. She took a sip from her water bottle. The weather was warm, but she was glad they'd come in early April. A few months later, the rains would begin. After arriving at the Suvarnabhumi airport in Bangkok and changed some dollars into baht, they'd taken a cab to their hotel near Embassy Row. The taxi driver had jabbered non-stop in broken English while he careened down busy streets, narrowly avoiding other cars and claiming that traffic lanes and signs were merely suggestions. Caitlin figured this hyperactive behavior was linked to the 5 empty energy drink bottles in the front seat. Carlos had muttered something about the jungle being safer. They'd checked into the hotel, a very posh place that Caitlin had used for visiting dignitaries when she'd worked at the embassy. They'd cleaned up and eaten some pad thai at a local restaurant. Another cab ride dropped them off at the university on Fun Thai Road, near the science buildings, where Carlos's contact had his office. "He's expecting us?" Caitlin asked as they entered the faculty building. "Yes, I called him while you were in the shower." Carlos punched the button on the elevator. "He's on the 3rd floor." A few minutes later, Carlos knocked on an office door. A short man with a round, smiling face answered. He wore thick, round glasses that made his eyes look huge. A few strands of black hair were combed across the bald spot on top of his head. "Ah, you must be Carlos." He pressed his hands together close to his chest and bowed slightly. He glanced curiously at Caitlin. "You brought a pretty lady with you." "My wife, Caitlin Pantera." Caitlin smiled in spite of the twinge of annoyance she felt. Carlos had nearly choked saying her name. "Your wife?" The professor blinked his big, owlish eyes. "I didn't know you were married." "He never mentioned me?" Caitlin heaved a tragic sigh. "I'm afraid he gets so wrapped up in his work that he forgets all about me." Carlos shot her an annoyed look. "I could never forget you." He gritted his teeth. "Darling." "Oh, you're so sweet." She squeezed his arm, inadvertently pressing her breasts against him. He arched a brow at her. "Let me introduce you to Professor Supat Satapatapatana." "Delighted to meet you, Professor Salapatipatman." She pressed her palms together and inclined her head. "It's Satapatapatana," Carlos murmured. Caitlin gave him a wide-eyed look. "Isn't that what I said?" She'd warned him ahead of time that she might act a little ditzy, so no one would suspect she could understand other languages. The professor chuckled. "Please, call me Pat. Come, sit down." He circled behind his desk and took a seat. Caitlin and Carlos sat in the 2 chairs facing him. She set her leather handbag and bottle of water on the floor by her feet. "I have to say that I am very excited about your mission," Pat began. "If we can prove there are humans who have the ability to shift into cats," his eyes lit up, "it would be the greatest scientific discovery of our time." "Indeed," Carlos murmured. "And to be part of this momentous discovery," Pat continued, his face beaming, "it would be a great honor for me and the university." Caitlin almost felt sorry for Pat. If Carlos did find some were-panthers, he would never admit to it. The professor's hopes were doomed from the beginning. Pat slid a map across his desk. "This is for you. I have circled in red the area where the cat shifter was killed." "Alleged cat shifter," Carlos said as he took the map. "Surely you must believe it is true," Pat protested. "You have come all this way. You must believe the shifters really exist." There was a desperation in the professor's eyes that worried Caitlin. Did he have a different motivation than his 15 minutes of fame? Carlos cleared his throat. "To be honest, Pat, there are rumors of strange creatures all over the world. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Loch Ness Monster. It's extremely hard to find definitive proof. We have proof, an eyewitness account." Pat's hands clenched into fists. "I am positive you can find these cat shifters. You must." Definitely something fishy going on. Caitlin kept her face blank and pretended to be engrossed in the map Carlos was holding. A red circle had been drawn around a hilly area northwest of Chiang Mai. Pat took a deep breath and relaxed his hands. "I have arranged for a guide who will meet you in Chiang Mai. His name is Tanit, and his English is good." "Great, thank you." Carlos folded the map carefully. "Our plane is arriving there tomorrow at 4:15 in the afternoon." "I can't wait!" Caitlin grinned, feigning a bubbly excitement. "I read about it online when I booked the hotel." She avoided saying that she'd been to Chiang Mai before. "There's this old city that's surrounded by a moat, and then there's a nightly bazaar so I can go shopping." Carlos stiffened. No shopping." "We have to buy stuff for the children." "Anything you buy would have to be dragged around for the entire trip. We don't have room in our backpacks." "I'll buy little things." The professor shook his head and muttered in Thai, "Definitely married." He switched to English. "I will call Tanit immediately to let him know when to meet you at the airport." "Thank you." Carlos rose to his feet. "I appreciate your help. Here." Pat gave him a business card. "This has my office number and my cell phone number. Call me anytime, day or night." "Thank you." Carlos slipped the card into his trouser pocket. "And if you find out anything about the cat shifters, you must call me immediately," Pat insisted. Caitlin's instincts prickled with suspicion. She leaned over to retrieve her handbag, then decided to leave her water bottle there. She stood, hitching her handbag over her shoulder. "It was nice to meet you, Pat." He nodded, smiling. "I am very excited and hopeful for your success." As Carlos walked her to the door, she said just loud enough to be heard, "I'm so glad we're going to have an interpreter. Their language is so confusing. The words are a mile long." Carlos nodded. "I know." She stepped into the hall with him, and he closed the door. She pressed a finger to her lips and leaned against the door to listen. His eyebrows lifted in an unspoken question. She heard Pat's voice inside, waited a moment, then cracked open the door. Pat looked up with alarm, his cell phone by his ear. "I'm so sorry," she whispered as she tiptoed into the room. "Don't mind me. I just left my water bottle." Pat nodded with a grim smile. "It's all right, Tanit," he murmured in Thai on the phone. "It's just his wife." There was a pause, then Pat continued. "I don't know why she came, but I don't think she'll give you any trouble. Just remember your priorities here. Do whatever you can to help them find the cat shifters." Caitlin made a pretense of looking around the chair Carlos had sat in. "Mrs. Pantera," Pat spoke impatiently. "You weren't sitting in that chair. Your water's over there." He pointed to the other chair. "Oh!" Caitlin looked surprised. "That's right." She shook her head sheepishly. Jet lag. I can't think straight anymore. She leaned over to grasp the water bottle. When Pat had motioned with his hand, she spotted an odd tattoo on the inside of his wrist. Call me immediately if you find a cat shifter, Pat said in Thai on the phone. We must find one for the master. The master? Caitlin strode to the door, then smiled at Pat as she exited. She motioned for Carlos to follow her to the elevator. Thank God she'd come along on this trip. She had a terrible suspicion Carlos was walking into a trap. Chapter 19. Isn't it lovely? Caitlin asked, looking out the restaurant window. Yes. Carlos took another bite of kafraugai. The green chilies set his mouth ablaze, and he reached for his glass of water. They'd met their guide, Tanit, at the airport in Chiang Mai. He'd driven them to their hotel, then to this restaurant overlooking the Mai Thing River. In the distance, Carlos could see the mountains of brilliant green vegetation beneath a fiery sky, ablaze with the setting sun. Caitlin had taken the seat by the window, and he sat next to her. The air was filled with exotic, delicious smells. Curry, chilies, garlic, and basil. Tanit sat across the table, fidgeting with his chopsticks. Chiang Mai is a very beautiful place. He was a young, slim man who seemed eager to please, but Carlos sensed that he was nervous. We have many national parks. Mountain biking is very popular, and looking at the elephants. We also have many lovely temples. The Wat Changman was built in 1296 and houses the Crystal Buddha. That sounds interesting, but this is a business trip, Carlos said. I assume Pat told you what we were looking for. Tanit nodded as he pushed the fried rice around his bowl. It is most unusual. I think it's exciting. Caitlin grinned. But let's not leave till tomorrow. I want to go to the bazaar tonight. Carlos hid a smile. She was doing a good job of pretending to be an airhead. You'd better not buy very much. We'll have to take it with us. It won't weigh anything, she assured him. I want to buy some Mudme silk scarves. The silk here is so shiny and soft, and I can't wait to see all the silverware. She sat up. Speaking of silver, we're going to the Aka tribe tomorrow, right? Yes, Tanit replied, frowning. But I'm not sure how they can help you find the cats you're looking for. He glanced nervously over his shoulder. Oh, don't worry about that. She waved a hand of dismissal. I'm just dying to see all the stuff they make. I hear the ladies wear beautiful headdresses made of silver coins and beads. I'd love to have one. Sounds heavy, Carlos muttered. He ate more food to keep from laughing. Caitlin was one sneaky rascal. She wanted to go to the Aka tribe because she'd spent time with them before. She didn't want Tanit to know, so she was making it sound like a shopping spree. I should go and make sure everything is ready for our trip, Tanit said. I'll pick you up at your hotel in the morning. Will 9 o'clock be all right? That's great. Thank you, Carlos replied. Are you sure you wouldn't like some dessert? Caitlin asked. I'm going to have some ice cream. No, thank you. I should go. Tanit stood and pressed his hands together. Thank you for dinner. He hurried from the restaurant. Caitlin watched him go. Did he seem nervous to you? Yes. Carlos glanced at Tanit's plate of cow pot gai. He hardly ate a bite. Caitlin leaned closer. Did you notice his tattoo? No. You have a thing for tattoos, don't you? Only yours because you hide it, and that makes me want to rip your clothes off. In that case, I should tell you, I have a tattoo on my rump. Her eyes widened. Do you really? His mouth twitched. You'll never know. She swatted his arm. Don't be cruel. He snorted. Cruel was sleeping on the floor, knowing that she was nearby in a bed, and there wasn't a damned thing he could do about it. He knew he loved her, but he still couldn't have her. She retrieved a small memo pad and a pen from her silk handbag. Tanit had a small tattoo on the inside of his right wrist, just like the professor had. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. She gave him a wry look. All my years of shopping have given me a great eye for detail. I studied Tanit's tattoo when he wasn't looking. She drew the design on her memo pad. Looks like a Chinese symbol, Carlos said. The waiter came to their table, and Carlos asked if they had ice cream. We have very nice vanilla, served with jackfruit and grilled bananas. The waiter gathered up their used dishes. We'll take 2 of those. Caitlin showed the waiter her drawing. Do you know what this means? The waiter frowned. It looks Chinese. One of our cooks is Yao. Maybe he knows. Could you ask him, please? Caitlin tore off the page with her drawing and passed it to the waiter. Thank you. You can't understand written languages? Carlos asked. No. She shrugged. I know it's strange. If I could just get someone to say the word, I would understand it. Carlos sat back in his chair. I have to tell you, Catalina, that hiring you was one of the best things Angus and Emma have ever done. Her face lit up. Why, thank you. I thought you considered me hopeless and helpless. He smiled. You're not the best warrior around. I'm not a violent person. I know. It was one of the many things he loved about her. She was soft and sweet. If he ever attacked her, it would be to make love. He pushed that thought aside and tried to remember the point he was making. When it comes to investigation, you're a natural. Thank you. She grinned. I'm naturally nosy. Her smile faded. I'm still worried about this master thing Pat talked about on the phone. He seemed desperate to me, and Tanit's way too nervous. There's something going on we don't know about. Carlos nodded. I've been thinking about that. Maybe Pat is involved with the trafficking of exotic animals. That could explain why the informant talked to him. She placed her hand on his. Whatever's going on, we need to be careful. He entwined his fingers with hers. I'm still worried about your safety, but I'm glad you came. I'm not used to having someone to watch my back. You do it really well. She smiled at him, her eyes filled with love, and he wanted to kiss her. Hell, he wanted to take her back to the hotel room and make love to her. The waiter returned with their ice cream. He handed the slip of paper to Caitlin. Our cook said it meant a worker, the kind who works for a master. No pay. You mean like a slave? She asked. The waiter nodded. That's it. He hurried off. Carlos exchanged a worried look with Caitlin. Professor Pat and Tanit were intelligent, modern men who worked regular jobs. How could they be slaves? And more important, who was their master? After an hour of riding in the back seat of Tanit's car, Caitlin was struggling to stay awake. The mountain road swung back and forth, lulling her into a sleep-like trance. Fortunately, every time she nodded off, they'd bounce over another pothole or swerve to miss a motorcyclist. The reason for her exhaustion was all Carlos's fault. He was stubborn as a mule. She'd lain in bed last night, listening to him toss and turn on the floor. She'd invited him to share her bed, promising not to molest him. He refused. After another hour of hearing him thrash about on the floor, she offered to switch places with him. Again, he refused. 30 minutes later, still awake, she took matters into her own hands. She grabbed a pillow and blanket and joined him on the floor. He ordered her to leave him be. This time, she refused. She was comfy, and he could have the bed. He scooped her off the floor, strode to the bed with her in his arms, and dumped her. He returned to the floor, and she lay in bed, marveling over how strong he was. And sexy. For another 30 minutes, she considered stripping and straddling him on the floor. She'd never done anything that bold before. Or pathetic. If he wanted her, he'd make a move for her. She couldn't force herself on him, and she couldn't handle being rejected again. He still wanted a werepanther mate. Her secret fantasy of him tossing that away just to have a future with her was not likely to ever happen. So she'd stayed in bed, restless and frustrated, while he remained on the floor. The car slowed to a halt as the road dwindled into a footpath through the jungle. The Aka tribe they were visiting lived in a remote area close to the Burmese border. Since she was pretending never to have been there before, Carlos was the one insisting they visit this particular tribe. She hoped their wily old leader, AJ, was still there. "We have about a 30-minute hike," Tanit said as they exited the car. He glanced warily at the jungle. "There are other tribes not so remote, much closer to Chiang Mai, and they have wonderful handicrafts too." "We're going to this one." Carlos hefted his backpack onto his shoulders. "If the cat shifters exist, they'll be in a remote area like this." "I suppose that's true," Tanit mumbled. Carlos slipped some knives into his belt, then handed one to Caitlin. He'd bought them at the bazaar last night, while she'd bought 3 beautiful silk scarves for the werepanther girls. She wedged her knife under her belt, then slathered insect repellent on her bare arms and neck. "Want some?" She offered the tube to Tanit. "Thank you." He spread some on. "You know, there are worse things than mosquitoes in the jungle." "That's why I brought this." Carlos holstered a semi-automatic pistol on his belt. Caitlin shuddered. She hoped he wouldn't have to use it. She fastened the ties of her khaki hat under her chin so it wouldn't fall off. Like Tanit, she was nervous about trekking through the jungle. She had visions of huge, poisonous spiders dropping out of trees to land on her head. At least her hiking boots were thick enough to offer some protection from scorpion stings or snake bites. She jammed water bottles into every pocket on her backpack, then swung it onto her back. "Ready?" Thankfully, their trip through the jungle was fairly uneventful. Carlos spotted a pit viper in a tree, but it ignored them as they walked by. Caitlin bit her lip to keep from squealing. The sun was high in the sky when they entered the clearing where the Aka tribe lived. She estimated almost 20 wooden houses with thatched roofs. Each house was built on stilts, with ladders to the main floor. Several huts were at ground level, and she remembered from her previous stay that one was used to store farming equipment, while the other 2 were village workshops for making intricate silver jewelry. Surrounding the houses were fields where the Aka grew vegetables and rice, or raised pigs and chickens. In the center of the village there was a huge fire pit. Off to the side, a wooden tower rose high above the houses. Men stopped their work in the fields to watch them as they approached. Children ventured from the village to gawk at them. Women came too, dressed in indigo tunics they'd decorated with silver beads, coins, and shells. The sun gleamed off their silver headdresses. Tanit spoke to them in Thai, and Caitlin could tell that most of them understood him, even though their own language was closer to Burmese. They smiled at Carlos and Caitlin, eager to have tourists who might buy their embroidered handwork or silver jewelry. She smiled back, inwardly wincing at some of the women's teeth. They enjoyed chewing on betel nut leaves that had the unfortunate effect of staining their teeth reddish black. She listened carefully as they spoke to each other, so she could recall their language. She'd spent 2 weeks here several years ago and had become fluent at that time. She smiled when 2 women discussed how ugly her khaki fedora was. Children commented on the strange color of her hair and eyes, while a few men speculated that she'd been here before. As the small crowd escorted them to the center of the village, Caitlin spotted AJ. He'd grown more frail and had lost more teeth, but his eyes were still sharp. He approached her, smiling. "Pretty American lady," he said in their Burmese dialect. "You have returned." She pressed her hands together and spoke in English. "How do you do? I'm Caitlin." She bowed, and when her mouth was close to his ear, she whispered in his language, "Can I see you alone?" His eyes widened. "Yes, of course." He motioned toward the silversmith shop. "Carlos," she called to him, where he was standing close to Tanit. "I'm going to look at their handcrafts." He nodded, and she hurried toward the silversmith shop with AJ. "You remember me then?" she said quietly in his language. "Yes." His eyes twinkled as he opened the door for her. "You came before and sat in our tower with a radio so you could spy on the Burmese." She winced. "Spy is such a strong word. I was conducting research on a possible incursion across the border." He chuckled. "My people had to flee from Burma 100 years ago. I was happy to help you spy on them." She shrugged with a sheepish smile. "Okay, I was spying. How have you been, AJ?" "My people are happy, but very poor." He motioned toward the table filled with silver jewelry. She could take a hint. She examined the beautiful items. "You nearly bankrupted me the last time I was here." "Are you here to spy again?" "No, I don't work for the government anymore. I'm helping the man who came with me, Carlos Pantera. He's searching for something." AJ nodded with a wise look. "Aren't we all?" "It's a little unusual, and I'm not sure we can trust the guide who is with us. So I've been pretending not to understand any language other than English." AJ frowned. "You are deceiving him?" "Well, yes. I'm worried he might have bad intentions toward Carlos." "Ah." AJ nodded. "So you are spying on him?" Again with the spying. "When we join the others, I'll be pretending not to understand anything. Our guide doesn't know that I've been here before, so I'll also be pretending not to know you." AJ crossed his arms, scowling. "I'm just doing it to protect Carlos." She bit her bottom lip. "There's one more thing I should tell you. Carlos and I are pretending to be married." AJ's brows shot up. "Pretending?" She felt her face grow warm. "It's complicated." "Of course it is. When you start deceiving people, it always gets complicated." He shook a finger at her. "It's like I always tell the children. Once you start lying, it always comes back to bite you in the butt." She grinned. "Don't worry. We'll be all right." "We shall see." She glanced up from the jewelry and wondered if she should be concerned about the mischievous gleam in his eyes. AJ was a wily chieftain. No one in the village got away with anything he didn't know about. Among the jewelry and headdresses, she spotted 2 engraved silver cats, each about 8 inches long. They'd make good presents for the 2 werepanther boys. "Are these tigers or panthers?" "Once you pay for them, they are whatever you want them to be." She removed a handful of baht from the zippered pocket of her khaki pants and left it on the table. "Is that enough?" "I believe they cost more when the buyer has secrets." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Are you threatening to tell on me?" He laughed and slapped a hand against his thigh. "No, pretty spy lady. I'm just playing with you." She grinned at him. "You are such a rascal, AJ." His eyes glittered. "You have no idea." She picked up one of the silver panthers she'd just bought. "Have you seen any panthers around here?" When he pointed to the other one on the table, she groaned. "I mean real panthers. In the jungle." He shrugged. "Not in several years. You're not hunting them, are you?" "We're searching for—" This will sound strange. He chuckled. "Everything from you is strange, pretty lady." "Have you ever heard of people who can change into animals?" His eyes widened. "You are looking for such a people?" "Yes." She dropped her backpack on the earthen floor and stuffed the 2 silver panthers inside. "What do you think?" I am glad to have you back. You make life very interesting." "And?" He smiled. "We must celebrate your return with a feast. You will be our guests tonight." "Thank you." Caitlin followed him from the shop, wondering what the clever AJ was up to. By that evening, Carlos was growing increasingly frustrated and impatient. He'd asked Tanit to question the villagers about any panther sightings in the area, but he wasn't getting any definitive answers. Some said there were tigers a few valleys to the north. Several men talked about seeing glowing golden eyes in the jungle at night. One guy insisted a giant cat had stolen his favorite pig 2 years earlier. A few women tried to sell him silk cloth, embroidered with golden tigers and black panthers. Even Caitlin added to his frustration by showing him 2 silver panthers she'd bought for Emiliano and Tiago. Meanwhile, the village chieftain, AJ, insisted they stay the night and join them for a feast at sundown. They gathered around the fire in the center of the village. He and Caitlin sat cross-legged on woven mats of bamboo close to AJ, who lounged regally in the one chair. The fire crackled, and smoke curled up into a cloudless sky of brilliant stars. Mosquitoes buzzed about. Caitlin coated her arms and neck with more insect repellent, then passed him the tube. The feast was delicious, but dragged on forever. Some of the dishes were so hot, he and Caitlin drank nearly a gallon of tea. At the end of the meal, a platter of exotic fruits was passed about the circle of villagers. As everyone enjoyed their fruit, AJ droned on and on in a monotonous voice. About 5 minutes into AJ's speech, Carlos leaned close to Caitlin and whispered, "I need to relieve myself." "Me too," she muttered under her breath. "But we have to wait for him to finish." After another 5 minutes, AJ finished, and the villagers applauded and shouted praise. Caitlin rose to her feet, pressed her hands together and murmured, "Restroom?" Tanit translated into Thai, and AJ pointed toward an outhouse far across the village by the rice field. "I'll take you." Carlos jumped to his feet and escorted her across the village. "I tried the outhouse this afternoon," she muttered. "It scares me more than the jungle." "Then let's find some bushes." He led her toward the line of trees in the distance. What was the speech that AJ was giving? He was reciting the list of his ancestors by memory. The Aka can go back many generations. "Interesting," Carlos grumbled. "But we haven't learned a damn thing about any panthers in the area." "You have to give it time. These are a proud and independent people. They're not going to tell you everything right off the bat. Besides, it's a good thing that they want us to hang around for a while. If there are any big cats nearby, they'll be drawn to me." She cast a wary eye at the jungle. "I hope they don't show up while I'm using the bathroom." Carlos walked past a few trees, then found a large tree with a clump of bushes around it. "This looks like a good spot. You go first." She glanced up at the tree. "What if there's something up there and it drops down on me. He peered up at the tree. I don't see anything. There could be a snake or a spider. Then you'd probably pee in your pants. It's not funny, she hissed. I can't do this unless I know it's safe. He groaned. Okay, I'll check the tree. How? Just don't freak out and scream, okay? I don't want to draw attention. He concentrated, and a shimmer began on his hands, then ran up his arms. Claws sprang from his fingertips, then black fur sprouted from his skin. His hands turned into paws, and his arms shifted into the front legs of a panther. Caitlin gasped. Shh, he warned her, then leaped onto the tree. His claws dug into the bark, and he climbed to the first set of branches. Some birds scattered, flying away. He searched the tree while Caitlin stood below, gawking at him. He jumped down, landing lightly on his feet while his arms returned to normal. There's nothing there. She didn't answer. She was looking away from him with a worried expression. What's wrong now? He asked. I thought I heard something. She pointed to a clump of bushes next to a big boulder. Over there. I'll check it out. You do your business. He ran toward the bushes, drawing a knife from his belt. Nothing was there. He breathed deeply, but couldn't make out the scent of an animal. It smelled more like roasted chicken and bananas, which meant the person who had hidden there had also attended the feast. Merda. Someone other than Caitlin might have seen him partially shift. He went ahead and relieved himself, then returned to Caitlin. She was refastening her khaki trousers. All done. She wedged her knife back into her belt. Me too. Did you find anything behind those bushes? No. He escorted her back to the campfire. He looked amongst the villagers, but couldn't tell if anyone was missing. A few of the adults grabbed him and Caitlin by the arms and gently directed them to sit on silk pillows in front of AJ. What's going on? Carlos whispered. I don't know. Caitlin tilted her head to listen as AJ talked. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she grew pale. Carlos glanced around but couldn't see anything dangerous. AJ was grinning, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Meanwhile, Caitlin was sitting stiffly with her hands clutched together. Her knuckles were white with tension, though she was carefully keeping her face blank. Then, a group of Aka women whisked her off to a house. He stood to follow, but some men grabbed him and assisted he and Tanit drink with them. It was some kind of liquor, strong enough to peel varnish off furniture. With his head reeling, Carlos stumbled with the men as they escorted him to a house on stilts. Tanit struggled to climb the ladder, falling off twice before he managed to make it inside. Meanwhile, the men insisted Carlos put on a baggy pair of blue pants. Since he didn't know how to argue with them, he complied. There was no matching shirt, just a pair of sandals. Interesting tattoo. Tanit motioned to the inked panther around his neck, then hiccuped. Do you know what's going on? Carlos asked him. Celebration for you and... Tanit collapsed on the floor. Great. Carlos grabbed his knives and revolver as the village men escorted him out. They led him to another house and urged him to climb the ladder. He entered a small room, dimly lit with a lantern in the far corner. Fragrant flowers were strewn all over the floor. The light gleamed off the silver headdress of a woman sitting on a pallet. He stiffened. Were the villagers offering him one of their women for the night? He retreated a step. I'm terribly sorry, but... Carlos, it's me. Caitlin pulled the headdress off and set it on the floor next to the pallet. Oh, thank God. He set his weapons on the floor. Are you all right? Yes. They dunked me in a vat of cold water, then stuck me in this robe. They made me change too. He glanced about the tiny house. The pallet was narrow. Too narrow. Maybe I should bunk down with some of the village guys tonight. They expect you to stay here. It's kinda small. She hugged her knees to her chest. I'm afraid this is their equivalent of a honeymoon suite. He blinked. Oh, I guess you told AJ we were pretending to be married. Yes, she sighed. That wily old bastard. He told me that telling lies would come back to bite me in the butt. Carlos felt a chill skitter down his bare neck. What are you saying? She gave him a worried look. I don't know how to say this, but AJ married us. Chapter 20. Caitlin winced at the shocked look on Carlos's face. Don't worry about... He what? Carlos interrupted her. He blessed our marriage, but didn't you tell him it was pretend? Shh, not so loud. She scurried to the opening and pulled the draperies shut that served as a door. We're supposed to be happily married. We're not supposed to be married at all. Why didn't you stop him? It would have blown our cover. I'm not supposed to understand their language. She sighed. That rascally AJ knew I wouldn't be able to stop him. He's always been a tricky... Wait. Carlos held up a hand. Caitlin, there are times when you let your cover drop. Do you know, emergencies? This was one of them. You shouldn't have let it happen. Ouch. Marrying me is that awful? You know I can't marry you for real. She planted her hands on her hips. Well, I guess it's your lucky day, 'cause I don't think it's legally binding. That's a relief. Oh, yeah. She glared at him. I'm deliriously happy. He crossed his arms on his chest and scowled back. She tried not to notice how his biceps bulged and how wide and strong his chest was, or how warm and sexy his bare, tanned skin looked. The villagers had dressed them in matching outfits. His blue, baggy pants were the same color as her blue silk robe. The tattoo around his neck drew her attention. The black and red panther seemed to be watching her, prowling toward her. He motioned to the wall behind her. There's a silver cross hanging there. Some of the Aka tribes have converted to Christianity. She glanced at the cross. Beautiful workmanship, don't you think? Please don't tell me AJ is a priest. I don't think so. She didn't want to admit that the tribe might see him as their spiritual leader. Carlos watched her closely. What exactly did he say? You don't want to know. She pulled on some ropes that held the mosquito netting festooned above the pallet. The netting tumbled down, surrounding the white cotton pallet with a gauzy white film. I do, he said quietly. She slipped under the netting and settled on the pallet. He said we were kindred souls set on the earth to love and protect each other. She glanced at Carlos. He was still by the entrance, his stance rigid and tense. I will protect you. With my life. That was nice, but he'd left out the part about loving her. She hugged her knees to her chest. He asked God to bless our union and prayed that we would have many children. When Carlos remained silent, she quickly added, It doesn't matter. There was no marriage license. The marriage would not be recognized in the States. Carlos's eyes gleamed amber in the dark. AJ is the leader of his people, and the words were spoken out loud, calling upon God as a witness. Where I come from, that would be enough. Her heart lurched. Did Carlos actually consider them married? A few seconds of elation quickly morphed into wounded pride, for it was clear that he didn't want to be her husband. Her most dreaded fear crept back to crush her self-confidence. Not good enough. Outside, someone started banging a drum. Then another joined in, and another. Villagers began chanting. She groaned and rested her forehead on her knees. Carlos sat on the wood-planked floor. What are they saying? They're wishing you great prowess in the sack. He grunted. The drums grew louder and the pace quickened. She sighed. It would have been great to make love to that urgent, pounding beat. Carlos shifted uneasily on the floor. How long are they going to do that? I'm afraid they'll keep it up until we... Oh, what the heck. At this point, a little more embarrassment hardly mattered. I know what to do. What? Showtime. She stretched out on the pallet and took a deep breath to mentally prepare herself. What are you doing? Carlos scooted a little closer. Nothing to see here. Return to your homes. She mimicked an officer at a crime scene. Carlos snorted but edged a bit closer to the netting. She smoothed her hands down the blue silk robe she was wearing and moaned. She grazed her fingertips over the curves of her hips and up her rib cage to her breasts. Ah! She gasped as she palmed her own breasts. She massaged them gently and groaned even louder. She rolled onto her stomach and then onto her back once again. Yes! Yes! She banged her fists on the pallet. Oh, Carlos! She heard a hissing sound as he drew in a sharp breath. She planted her feet on the pallet and squeezed her knees together. Oh my God! She panted loudly and rapidly. Yes! Yes! She let out a long scream. In the distance, she could hear the villagers cheer. She lifted her arms in the air. A perfect 10. She scores! With a wry grin, she turned to Carlos. Okay, your turn. He stiffened. You're kidding. It's your honeymoon. Enjoy it. Fine. He let out a shout. The villagers were quiet. Birds chirped in the distance. Caitlin snickered. They cheered for you, he mumbled. That was a measly little shout, she explained. I've heard men get more excited than that over a pizza. He gritted his teeth. They're doubting my sexual prowess? She giggled. I don't think they have any doubts. To hell with that. He tilted his head back and let out a long, guttural roar, followed by some victorious hoots. The villagers cheered. Wow, I'm impressed. Not. She was starting to feel angry over being rejected once again. This was not her idea of a wedding night. I'm not good at faking an orgasm. I never had to before. He gave her a pointed look. Unlike some people. Ooh, the cat has claws. Maybe I just never cared enough. She stopped herself. This was getting too personal. And too damned frustrating. How long have you been faking it? He asked quietly. Who said I was? I'll have you know that I have an extremely high success rate, especially when I'm doing it with myself. Would you like to watch? He ignored her question. Have you been with other men? Of course. Legions. I set the world record 3 years in a row. He scoffed. I don't believe you. She shrugged. I have been known to lie. Have you ever been in love? I'm in love now, you moron. She gritted her teeth. What do you care? He moved next to the netting. Have you ever been in love? She groaned. I love to experience new things. I love to travel, learn new languages and cultures, try new food and dances. But when it comes to my heart, that's where I stop being adventurous. Why? Are you afraid of being hurt? I suppose. When I was young, I loved my sister more than anything. Then I lost her. Then I loved Mr. Foofykins and I lost him. I think that's why I kept so many treasures. I didn't have to worry about them leaving me. Carlos nodded. I understand. I lost everyone I loved. You wouldn't lose me. She wanted to tell him she loved him, but how could she? He would just reject her again. Who is Mr. Foofykins? He asked. My cat. He was beautiful. Solid black with gold eyes. He had feline leukemia, so it was doomed from the start. Tears crowded her eyes. Sorta like our relationship. I am sorry. There was a pause. Caitlin blinked her eyes, determined not to cry. Have you had any lovers? He asked quietly. She sighed. I don't know if you could call him a lover. He claimed to love me, but I didn't love him. I think I was just lonely. Is that where you learned to fake orgasms? She snorted. You seem to be obsessed with that. Your performance was extraordinary. Gee, thanks. I'll have it put on my tombstone. I can't help but wonder how it compares to the real thing. She glanced at him. His features were blurred on the other side of the white gauze netting, but she could see his gleaming amber eyes focused on her. A wave of longing swept over her. She would never have to fake it with Carlos. Her heart would be fully engaged up to the moment he broke it. In fact, he murmured, I'm extremely curious to see how you react to the real thing. Curiosity killed the cat, she whispered. I'll risk it. He lifted the edge of the netting and slipped underneath to join her on the pallet. Her skin tingled with anticipation, but her heart pounded with fear. Carlos, shh. He placed a hand on her cheek. I've never wanted a woman as much as I want you. He kissed her brow, then her nose. Tears filled her eyes as she placed her hands on his face. She'd pursued him from the beginning, but she was not going to play the part of a pathetic, needy wimp. If she learned anything from all this, it was that she needed to be strong. Carlos, if you're not going to stay with me, then don't do this. His eyes searched hers. It was strange, but she'd never felt closer to him than now, when she was rejecting him. He brushed her hair back from her brow. I want to give you pleasure. Why? Because I've had to fake it in the past? I won't do this because you pity me. He sat back. Catalina, I have many feelings for you, but never pity. She waited to see if he'd elaborate on all those feelings, but he remained quiet. A tear rolled down her cheek. He bowed his head. I have pity, but for myself, that I have found the most beautiful woman in the world, and I cannot have her. Oh, Carlos. She reached for him. He lay down beside her as he gathered her into his arms. She nestled her face on his shoulder, and he smoothed away the tears on her cheek. He was warm and sweet, and she knew she loved him with all her heart. With a sigh, she closed her eyes and let herself drift into sleep. Carlos jerked awake when sunlight suddenly burst into their room. A village woman had pulled apart the draperies to let the morning sunshine in. She saw him and Caitlin still on the pallet and quickly averted her eyes. Another woman placed a tray of food on the floor. Then the two women hurried away. He walked to the opening to look outside. A heavy mist hung low over the nearby mountains. He spotted his and Caitlin's backpacks at the base of the ladder, so he climbed down to fetch them. AJ approached him with another villager. both grinning at him. "I am Arnush," the villager introduced himself. "I know little English. AJ like to wish you much happiness in your marriage." Carlos gave AJ a wry look. He considered questioning the man's audacity at marrying him and Caitlin, but he couldn't. She'd felt so right in his arms all night. "You can tell your leader that I'm most grateful." Arnush passed on the message, then said, "AJ like to see you in workshop after you eat." "Very well." Carlos climbed back into the house. He changed into his own clothes, then awakened Caitlin. His wife. His beautiful wife. Once he'd recovered from the initial shock, he no longer felt angry with her. He was angry at himself because he didn't know what to do. Part of him, an overwhelming part, wanted the marriage. He was in love with her. He ached for her. But there was still a small, guilt-ridden part of him that reminded him he had to do what was right. He had to protect his species. While she was dressing, he went to relieve himself. The village women had brought them a breakfast of guava, bananas, rice, and hot tea. After eating, they proceeded to the workshop. AJ and Arnush were there, drinking tea. AJ smiled and said something to Caitlin. She responded, pressing her hands together and inclining her head. Carlos mimicked her act, although he had no idea what was being said. "Arnush, would you mind finding our guide, Tanit?" "Yes, I find him." Arnush hurried from the shop. AJ motioned for them to sit on bamboo mats next to him. He spoke, then Caitlin translated. "He says I could be right in thinking our guide is not trustworthy." Caitlin's brow furrowed with worry. "When we went into the jungle last night to relieve ourselves, Tanit also left the campfire. AJ says he went in the same direction we did." Carlos winced. "Then Tanit might have seen me shift." Caitlin nodded. "I'm afraid so." He recalled the way Tanit had eyed his tattoo. Caitlin had warned him about Pat's telephone conversation. If Tanit learned anything about a cat shifter, he was to call Pat so they could alert the master, whoever that was. "I find him," Arnush announced as he entered the shop with Tanit. The guide gave them a sheepish smile. "I'm very sorry. I overslept. That drink last night knocked me out." "That's all right." Carlos motioned for Tanit to join them. "I want to ask AJ if anyone in his tribe has seen panthers in the area." "Of course." Tanit sat on a bamboo mat and posed the question to AJ in Thai. AJ nodded, then responded in the same language. Tanit grew pale as he listened. Carlos glanced at Caitlin, knowing she could also understand what AJ said. Her face was carefully blank, but her hands were clenched together. "AJ has not seen a panther for several months," Tanit reported. "But he says there is a creature to the north of here, a man-eating creature." "How does he know it eats men?" Carlos asked. "Because the men do not return," Tanit explained with a shaky voice. "There was a man from the village who went north, hunting for wild boar, but he never returned. A week later his cousin went looking for him, but he disappeared too. Now, no one from the village will go north." AJ spoke some more, then Tanit translated. "There are rumors that the man-eating creature is a giant cat. Others say he is an evil creature of the night." "We should check it out," Carlos said. Tanit's eyes bulged. "We can't go into the jungle looking for man-eating cats." Carlos frowned at him. "I thought you understood what this mission was about." "Yes, but..." Tanit wiped beads of sweat from his brow. "What if they're not cat shifters? What if they're not human at all, but like to eat humans?" Maybe we should spend a few days here, Caitlin suggested. The cats might come to us. AJ spoke some more. Tanit jumped to his feet. This is too dangerous. I can't do this. He ran from the workshop. AJ snorted and said something in the Aka language. He says our guide is too fearful, Caitlin translated. That he's hiding something. AJ talked some more while she listened. Her eyes widened and she gulped a few times. What did he say? Carlos asked. There's a legend in these hills, she began. All the tribes whisper the tale in the dark, but none have dared to report it to the government. Men have been disappearing for 40 years. Some say it is the tigers or the panthers, but everyone agrees it is evil. The Yao say it is a supernatural creature who steals the breath of a man and leaves him as a soulless body to roam the night. They call it by its Chinese name, Changxi. What is that? Carlos asked. She gave him a worried look. It's the Chinese equivalent of a vampire. He sat back. Are you serious? The tribes haven't reported it because they don't think any authorities would believe them. And they probably wouldn't. No one thinks vampires are real. Carlos nodded. But we know better. We should check it out. She winced. I was afraid you'd say that. This means a trek through the jungle, doesn't it? You don't have to go. You can stay here while I go with Tanit. She grimaced. I don't trust him. I'm coming with you. Carlos stood and offered a hand to help her up. You're the bravest woman I've ever known. She snorted. Or the most foolish. She took a deep breath. I'll just think of it as an adventure. I love adventure. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. AJ stood and spoke again. He raised his hands in the air, then rested a hand on each of their shoulders. He's praying for God to protect us, she whispered. Carlos nodded. We're going to need it. Chapter 21. Carlos glanced up at the sun. If the rumor was true, and a vampire lurked about these hills, he needed to find it before sundown. He looked at his watch. Almost 3 in the afternoon. They'd been hiking along this path, headed north, for 4 hours. He'd kept the pace slow for Caitlin's sake, but she looked exhausted. That was actually an improvement. She'd spent the first 2 hours looking terrified. The first time he stopped to let a cobra slither across the path, she cowered behind him with her hands clenched in his t-shirt. They'd left the village about 11 in the morning, getting a late start after Tanit abruptly announced he was going with them. He had no backpack or gear, so it took some time for the villagers to prepare one for him. AJ provided them with food and rolled bamboo mats to sleep on. Arnouche had pulled Carlos aside to warn him that their guide had changed his mind about going with them after making a cell phone call. But it was clear that Tanit didn't want to be with them. Every time they saw a snake or scorpion, he begged them to return to the village. Carlos wondered if Pat had ordered Tanit to go with them. Caitlin had been right to suspect them both. A snap of a twig in the distance pricked Carlos's extra-sensitive hearing. Sounds in the jungle were common, what with all the animals that lived there, but these sounds kept recurring. For the past 30 minutes, something had been following them. In the last 10 minutes, he'd heard the sound more often. Whatever was following them had grown in number. He inhaled deeply to try to catch their scent, but they were staying downwind. The path took them downhill, and he quickened their pace. Down in the valley, they discovered a creek dissecting a green pasture. Carlos leaned over to cup some water and splash it on his face. He straightened and looked around. Long grass was dotted with clumps of green ferns. On the other side of the valley, the trail cut a jagged path straight uphill. "Oh, God," Caitlin grimaced. "I need a break before we do that." She dropped her backpack on the ground and pulled a water bottle from an outside pocket. Carlos swiveled, scanning the tree line. Tanit dumped his backpack on the ground. "We'd better head back to the village, or we'll be stuck here for the night." Caitlin sighed. "I don't think there are any cats in the area. They would have come to me by now." "I believe they have." Carlos pointed to the tree line, where 2 tigers emerged. "We have company." "Man-eaters!" Tanit squealed and pulled the knife from his belt. Carlos moved in front of Caitlin and drew his pistol. "No!" She stepped away. "Don't shoot!" Carlos lowered his weapon. "If one of them charges, I'm shooting." "Don't hurt them." She faced the tigers, frowning with concentration. Carlos had never seen such huge tigers. They seemed content to keep a distance, sitting on their haunches and studying them with golden eyes. They were still downwind, so he couldn't get a good sniff. "They're warning us of danger," Caitlin whispered. "Of course we're in danger," Tanit snapped. "They're going to eat us." "You can communicate with them?" Carlos asked her. "Sorta." She remained focused on them. "It's hard to explain. I don't get actual words, but the ideas form in my head. They clearly believe we are in danger, and they want us to know that they're not man-eaters." Tanit snorted. "You're crazy. You can't talk to a tiger." "Can you ask them if they know about any panthers in the area?" Carlos asked. Caitlin was silent a moment, then answered. "They say this is their territory. The panthers are south of the Aka village." Carlos felt a surge of hope. He could be close to finding more of his kind. If he could discover that his species wasn't endangered after all, he might be able to stay with Caitlin. They could have a normal mortal marriage with mortal children. She'd be safe as long as he didn't bite her while in panther form. But before he went hunting for were-panthers, he needed to make sure the hill tribes were free from the curse of a local vampire. "Do the tigers know anything about a vampire?" Tanit flinched, then swatted at a mosquito to try to cover up his reaction. Caitlin was quiet once more as she communicated with the giant cats. Tanit shifted nervously from one foot to another. "We need to go back. We shouldn't be out here at night." Carlos turned to him. "What do you know that you're not telling us?" "Nothing." He shook his head nervously. "Anyone could tell you that you don't spend the night in the jungle." "The tigers say there is an evil cave to the north, but we should stay away from it." Caitlin shuddered. "Humans go in, but they never come out." "We can't do it," Tanit hissed. "We can't go." Carlos glanced at the sun. "We'll be fine as long as we get there before sundown." "I refuse to go!" Tanit yelled. Carlos scowled at him. "Then go back to the village. I'm sure the tigers would love to escort you." Tanit turned pale. "If there's been a vampire in these hills for 40 years, terrifying the people and killing them, then I'm getting rid of him," Carlos announced. "It'll be easy enough to do it if we find him before sundown." "If," Caitlin whispered. She took a deep breath, then shouldered her backpack. "We'd better get going then." Carlos's heart expanded in his chest. She was the bravest woman he'd ever met. She cowered in fear every time they saw a snake, but still pressed forward. She raised a hand in farewell to the tigers. "They say this is as far as they will go. We'll know we're coming close to the cave when we see the prayers." "Prayers?" Carlos asked as the 2 tigers slipped back into the jungle. She shrugged. "I'm not sure what they meant." Carlos jumped over the narrow creek, then helped Caitlin over. "You lead the way," he told Tanit. He wasn't turning his back on their guide. With a scowl, Tanit put on his backpack and trudged up the mountain path. Caitlin groaned as they headed uphill once again. Almost 2 hours had passed since she'd communicated with the tigers. She sensed a true concern and friendliness from the giant cats that didn't seem to jibe with their supposed wildness. She wished she could discuss it with Carlos, but didn't feel comfortable talking about cat shifters in front of Tanit. They'd figured out what the tigers meant about prayers. At the top of the mountain, they'd spotted a big boulder with a symbol painted on it. With a shudder, Tanit had explained it was a prayer for protection. As they wound downhill, they noticed several other boulders with the same symbol. Now, as they trudged uphill again, Caitlin winced with each step. Her legs felt like wet noodles, but with pain. Finally, they neared the summit and ran into a vertical slab of rock 15 feet high. The path fell off into a ravine to the left. To the right, the rock wall stretched as far as she could see. "Looks like a dead end," she muttered. "It is." Tanit pointed to the symbol painted on the rock. "It means death." "It might refer to the vampire since he's dead during the day," Carlos said impatiently. "The cave should be close by. Let's hurry before the sun goes down." Tanit moved slowly to the right on a narrow path in front of the rock wall. "Faster," Carlos ordered. Caitlin glanced at the sun. It was nearing the horizon in the distance. The path suddenly widened, and the black hole of a cave gaped in the rock wall. Symbols had been painted in red on either side of the cave opening. "We can't go in," Tanit whispered. He lowered his backpack to the ground. "The symbols are a warning. Whoever enters will die." "We'll be fine as long as the sun is still up." Carlos dropped his backpack and pulled out a flashlight. "So, who wants to be the first to go inside the dark, scary cave?" Caitlin snorted, then dropped her backpack so she could remove her flashlight. Suddenly, she was grabbed from behind and jerked into an elbow lock. She gasped when Tanit pressed a knife to her throat. In a flash, Carlos dropped his flashlight and pulled his revolver. Tanit stiffened, his arm tightening around her neck. "How did you move so fast?" "I'm an excellent shot," Carlos growled. "I can kill you without harming a hair on Caitlin's head. Let her go." "No." Tanit stepped back, dragging her with him. "You can't go inside. It's forbidden." Caitlin's mind raced as she tried to remember her martial arts training. Could she double over and flip Tanit onto his back? No, she couldn't lean forward without slitting her own throat. Maybe backward? She reared back, throwing all her weight against Tanit. He stumbled back, and Carlos leaped forward, wrenching the knife from Tanit's hand. Caitlin scrambled out of their way. By the time she regained her footing, Carlos had Tanit pinned to the ground, with the knife at his throat. "Are you all right?" Carlos glanced at her. When she nodded, he said, "Get my gun. I dropped it." She ran to pick up his pistol. "Please," Tanit breathed. "I don't want to die." "Talk," Carlos growled. "Whose orders are you following?" Tanit gulped. "If I disobey, they'll kill me." "Disobey whom?" Caitlin ventured closer. "The master?" Tanit's eyes bulged. "How do you know about him? It is forbidden to speak of him, except to the guardians." "Is the professor a guardian?" Carlos asked. Tanit nodded. "The master will be very angry if we defile the temple." "What temple?" Carlos asked. Tanit looked toward the cave. "It's a temple of death. Only the master is allowed inside." He trembled with fear. "Master Han is a great and powerful Changshi. He has killed thousands. We will die if we go inside. Please, We must— Look at me, Carlos interrupted. Your master cannot harm us during the day. We'll stake him, and then you'll be free. Tanit's eyes filled with tears. It's too late. I saw you shift into a cat, and I told the professor. He ordered me to stay with you until the guardians come for you. Caitlin exchanged a worried look with Carlos. Why would a vampire want a werepanther? Carlos stood and dragged Tanit to his feet. It doesn't matter. By the time the guardians find me, your master will already be dead. The game will be over. Tanit whimpered. It is impossible to kill Master Han. He can live forever. We shall see. Carlos shoved him toward the mouth of the cave. He skidded to a stop in the pebbles. Carlos wedged Tanit's knife under his belt. Caitlin handed him the gun, and he holstered it. He picked up the flashlight and shouldered his backpack. She did the same while her heart raced. She didn't want to admit it, but she was as scared as Tanit. Ready? Carlos asked her. She glanced at the sun. It was low enough to paint the sky pink and gold. We'd better hurry and get this over with. Carlos grabbed Tanit by the arm and escorted him inside the cave. Caitlin followed. The setting sun shone inside for a short distance. The interior was a large room, wide and deep. Far in the distance, her light picked out a narrow opening. This room might be the first of many. What's all this? Carlos shone his flashlight overhead. Ropes crisscrossed the ceiling over them, and yellow strips of paper dangled from the ropes. Those are prayers, Tanit whispered. Buddhist prayers to keep the evil in this cave from escaping. Caitlin looked around the empty cave. Who left them? Him. Carlos's flashlight beam landed on a man's skeleton. His tattered orange robes identified him as a Buddhist monk. Caitlin drew in a sharp breath. A spear protruded from the monk's ribcage. Someone murdered him. I told you, Tanit cried. Any who enter this cave will die. Relax. It looks like it happened years ago. Carlos shone his flashlight at the narrow opening in the distance. We need to go through there. He walked forward. Caitlin followed closely. Tanit hung back, his face deathly white. Carlos took a step and froze when a metallic click echoed through the cave. Booby-trapped. What? Caitlin didn't have time to think or react. The ground shuddered under her feet. Carlos grabbed her and leaped forward, much farther than any human could have. They landed, falling forward. She glanced back and saw the ground caving in, taking Tanit with it. He screamed, then disappeared. A cloud of dust rose from a ditch that now divided the cave room into two halves. Tanit! She crawled to the edge of the ditch and gasped. Iron spikes shot up from the bottom of the ditch, and Tanit was impaled on one of them. She screamed and looked away. Carlos grabbed her and held her tight. It's all right. He's dead! Carlos grabbed her by the upper arms. Caitlin, we have to stay calm. The cave is booby-trapped. I think we made it past the first one because the Buddhist monk set it off. She drew in a shaky breath. We wouldn't have survived the second one if you couldn't leap like a cat. There could be a third one. We have to be careful. She started to shake. They could no longer get to the cave entrance. It was cut off by the ditch with spikes, and they couldn't move forward without setting off another death trap. How can we move? Don't worry, sweetheart. He squeezed her arms. I'll get you through this. He took off his backpack and tossed it forward a few feet, angled to the right. Nothing happened. Okay, that space is safe. Carlos stepped close to the backpack and picked it up. He held out his hand to Caitlin. She grabbed his hand and stepped close to him. Just a few more feet, and they could slip through the narrow gap. Do you think the next room is safe?
Probably so. That ditch was designed to take out an entire group.
She shuddered, and the beam from her flashlight quivered. Poor Tanit. They shouldn't have forced him to come inside. Carlos tossed his backpack again, and it landed just to the right of the entrance. When nothing happened, he lunged toward it and picked it up. He reached for Caitlin. It was a jump for her. She leaped, but overcompensated and bounced into him hard. When she fell backward, he dropped his backpack to grab her. Click. A spear flew from a hidden crack in the cave wall, zooming straight toward them. "Get down!" He pushed her down and jumped in front of her. She fell on her rump and looked up just in time to see him jolt. The point of a spear shot through his stomach, coming to a stop inches from her face. She screamed. Carlos shuddered, his face pale, his eyes wide with shock. He collapsed to his knees. She scrambled to her feet. The spear had impaled him from the back. Oh God, no! He crumbled onto his side. Carlos! She knelt beside him. She could see him before her, but didn't want to believe it. He couldn't die. Not Carlos. With shaking hands, he grasped the spear that protruded from his stomach. "Not much time," he rasped. He gritted his teeth and attempted to break the shaft of the spear. He cried out in pain. "Carlos, what are you doing?" "Have to break off the point. Help me." She stared at the blood rapidly coating his hands. He fumbled for a knife at his belt. "Help me." She pulled the knife free and sawed at the spear shaft. "Let me try again." He gritted his teeth and snapped the shaft in two. "Pull it out of me. From the back." "It'll make you bleed more." "Pull it out." Tears ran down her cheeks as she grasped the shaft and gave it a hard yank. Carlos cried out, "Don't die on me." She yanked handfuls of t-shirts and underwear from her backpack and pressed them against the wounds on his back and stomach. "Don't you dare die on me." "Don't be afraid," he whispered. "I'll be here for you." Her tears splattered onto his t-shirt. "Carlos, don't leave me." His eyes flickered shut. His body shuddered, then went still. "Carlos?" He lay there, still and pale. Caitlin let go of the clothes she'd pressed against him. She sat back and looked at her trembling hands covered with blood. His blood. He was gone. "No!" She flung herself on top of him. "No, Carlos, no!" This couldn't be true. She couldn't lose him. She clutched at him, willing him to come back. The cave suddenly grew much darker and colder. She glanced at the entrance. It was dark outside, and she was all alone in the jungle, in the Temple of Death. With a shudder, she realized the sun had gone down. She might not be alone, after all. Chapter 22. Caitlin fumbled on the ground and located the flashlight she dropped earlier. The beam quivered in her shaking hand as she pointed it at the narrow opening. Get a grip. But how could she when Carlos was dead? A sob racked her body. Don't fall apart now. Think. She needed to protect herself. Carlos would be angry if she hadn't learned her lessons well. He would be even more pissed if he'd died in vain protecting her. He's not feeling anything. He's dead. She wiped at the tears streaming down her face, then realized her hands were still coated with Carlos's blood. She rubbed her hands on her khaki pants. She had to protect herself. She had to make him proud. She removed the gun from his holster. If anything came through that opening, she'd shoot and keep shooting. The gun trembled in her hand, and she prayed for strength.
She kept the flashlight aimed at the opening and waited and waited. She edged closer to Carlos, 'cause somehow she felt safer when she was sitting next to him. His body was still warm and solid. Tears slid down her face, but she didn't dare put down the flashlight or gun to wipe them. It was going to be a long night. In the dark. How long would the batteries last in the flashlight? Carlos's was still on. She quickly set her flashlight and gun down so she could grab his flashlight and turn it off. She might need a backup. Still nothing from the narrow opening. Maybe the vampire was gone. Maybe she was safe. Relatively safe. There was still a ditch filled with iron spikes between her and the cave entrance. If she couldn't go back, could she go forward? She eyed the narrow opening. Maybe there was an exit on the other side of the mountain. Or maybe there were more booby traps. Or worse. No, she wasn't going through that opening. It was too much like the silly girl in the movies who ventured up to the attic all alone. Or the basement. In her underwear. She dug into her backpack and pulled out her cell phone. It was worth a shot. No signal. Not surprising when she was in a freaking cave in the middle of the jungle. "What do I do, Carlos?" she whispered. She dropped her phone into the backpack and noted the silk scarves she'd bought for the 3 werepanther girls. She smiled, remembering how Carlos had fussed about her shopping. More tears rolled down her face. She smoothed her fingers along the silk, so soft and shiny, and amazingly strong. She fisted her hands in it and yanked. If she tied the 3 lengths together, she'd have a nice rope. She scanned the cave with her flashlight and studied the crisscrossed ropes where the monk had hung the yellow paper prayers. Maybe the prayers had worked. The vampire didn't seem to be using this cave anymore. She tied the scarves together, then tied one end to the spear shaft. Hopefully, all her exercising with Carlos had helped her upper body strength and aim. She propped the flashlight on top of her backpack so it would light up the prayer ropes. Then, she threw the spear like a javelin, hoping to wedge it into the crisscrossed ropes. The first few tries failed, and she retrieved the spear by pulling on the scarves. It was too lightweight, she decided. She reattached the end of the scarf with one of the silver panthers. This time, when she threw the spear, it caught. She tugged hard on the scarves to make sure it was secure. She needed to swing across the ditch without falling in. She anchored the end of the scarf on her side with Carlos's backpack. She would wait till morning before attempting to cross the ditch. No way was she venturing into the jungle in the dark. She sat beside Carlos with the flashlight and gun within reach. A new wave of grief swept over her, and more tears fell. As the hours dragged by, it seemed like she'd fallen into a nightmare that would never end. Carlos jolted as an electric bolt of energy jump-started his body. He opened his eyes to darkness. Something behind him jerked, and he heard a gasp and a fumbling sound. A flashlight beam struck him in the face, and he turned his head. Caitlin screamed and scrambled away. "Kate!" His throat was tight, so he cleared it. It rumbled deep in his throat like a growl. "What? Who? What?" Her voice sounded panicked. "Caitlin!" He sat up. His eyes adjusted quickly to the dark. "Damn it, woman, don't point that gun at me." You're dead. I saw you die." "Put the gun down. I can explain." Or maybe not. He didn't have much time. Already he could feel the surge building inside him. "You were dead," she whispered. "I know." He yanked his t-shirt over his head. "I hate it when that happens." He pulled off his hiking boots and socks. "You're alive?" She set the gun down. "And stripping?" He unbuckled his belt, yanked down the zipper, and pulled down his cargo pants, taking his underwear with it. I don't have much time. The surge is coming. It always happens right after. He jolted as the first wave of new power shot through his system. Carlos! She stepped toward him. Stay back. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. So much raw power. He wasn't sure he could control it. I'll try not to hurt you. What? He cried out as the surge took him over. Wave after wave struck his body with increasing force, pummeling him so that he writhed and twisted as the power grew and grew. He flipped over onto his hands and knees and arched his back. His body shimmered, then transformed. But that wasn't enough. No, now he would be at level 4 werepanther, larger than he was before. His bones crackled, lengthening and thickening. He thought his head would burst. He roared with the pain, and the sound echoed around the cave. He rolled his massive shoulders back and looked at the huge paws supporting his black, powerful body. His claws sprung out, more sharp and lethal than ever. His vision was sharper. Even in the dark, he could make out the tiniest of spiders on the cave wall. With a low, rumbling growl, he turned his head toward Caitlin. His woman. His wife. She stepped back, her face pale. The flashlight trembled in her hand. Carlos? Are you there? He lifted a paw, then advanced a step in her direction. She stepped back. Nice kitty? A red haze filled the cave. Something strange was happening to his eyes. His woman seemed to shimmer in a red glow. It made his blood boil, his heart pound. He had to take her. He stalked slowly toward her. Her eyes widened, and she looked about nervously. Suddenly, she ran to a length of silk and pulled it loose from where it was anchored by his backpack. She jammed her flashlight into her belt and took a running leap across the ditch. He roared for fear she would fall to her death, but the silken rope carried her safely across. She scrambled to her feet and faced him. He growled deep in his throat. Did she think she could escape him? He leapt across. She screamed and he knocked her flat on her back. He straddled her trembling body. All it would take was one bite, and she would be his forever. Carlos, please, she whimpered. He bared his teeth and snarled. Tears filled her eyes. Don't kill me. Kill her? He didn't want to kill her. He wanted to possess her, mate with her, keep her forever. All he had to do was bite her. And that might kill her. He shook, trying to regain control. He couldn't bite her. He could never bite her. He loved her too much. He fought the beast, panting over her as she trembled beneath him. His body shimmered, and with a gasp, he returned to human form. He collapsed beside her, breathing hard. She scooted back on her rump. Tears ran down her cheeks. Carlos? Are you okay now? No, he wasn't. The surge wasn't over yet, not until he found release. A flood of lust gripped him, and he rose onto all fours. Blood rushed to his groin, and he grew instantly hard. His eyes narrowed on his prey, and he growled deep in his throat. She was still shimmering with a red glow. He seized her by the ankle and dragged her toward him. Carlos, what are you doing? He moved over her and pinned her down by the shoulders. I need sex. Your eyes are glowing. Her gaze drifted down his body, and her eyes widened. Oh my God. She struggled to get away from him, but he pushed her back down. Carlos, please, I'm too freaked out. I thought you were dead. Then I thought you were going to kill me. He noticed for the first time how red and puffy her eyes were. She'd been crying. A lot. He gritted his teeth, once again fighting for control. The beast inside him howled, wanting to possess her and take her by force if necessary. But the human part of him loved her. The red haze faded away. He backed off her. He would still need release for the surge to end. He slowly stood and turned his back to her. He glanced ruefully at his erection, then leaped across the ditch. Behind him, Caitlin gasped. There was no need to fear. With his newly added power and strength, he could easily jump 12 feet. He strode toward the narrow opening. "Carlos, where are you going?" Her flashlight beam caught him standing naked at the narrow gap in the cave wall. "Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back." He glanced over his shoulder and gave her a wry look. "It won't take long." Caitlin sat in the dirt, breathing heavily, wondering what the hell had just happened. Was she dreaming this? Was she so desperate for Carlos to be alive that she'd dreamed all this? She pinched herself. Ouch! She should have known. Her dreams were rarely this strange. Carlos was alive. Her heart expanded, finally able to accept the truth. She didn't know how it could be true, but it was. Carlos was alive, and, apparently, masturbating in the next room. She jumped when he roared. It wasn't quite as loud as his panther roar, but it was still impressive. He was correct. It hadn't taken long. She beamed her flashlight at the narrow opening and rose to her feet. "Carlos?" He emerged from the opening, frowning. She gulped. He was still naked, no longer hard, but still magnificent. He glanced at her. "I want to show you something." She snorted. "I've already seen it." He gave her a wry smile, then grabbed his underwear and pants off the ground and put them on. "There's something really strange farther back in the cave." "There's something strange right here. You just woke up from the dead." "Jess." He buttoned the waistband of his khaki cargo pants. "I hope you're not disappointed." "That's not funny, Carlos. I thought you were dead. It nearly killed me. It was awful." "I didn't enjoy it much either." He rubbed a hand over his stomach. "The wound is gone," she whispered. "How did you do that?" He sat down to pull on his socks and hiking boots. "That rumor about cats is true. Werepanthers have 9 lives. Her mouth fell open. "You have 9 lives?" "Actually, only 5 now." He tied the laces. "What? You've died before?" "Jess, unfortunately I'm getting really good at kicking the bucket." He picked up his t-shirt and grimaced at the blood. "Still hurts like hell." She tightened her grip on the flashlight. "You should have told me. You scared the hell out of me." "I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting to die." He walked over to his backpack and pulled out a fresh t-shirt. "It's not something I ever plan on doing, and I don't like to talk about it. It feels like a giant failure." Her anger wilted away. "You didn't fail. You saved my life." He glanced at her and smiled. "That's true. But I always thought a real hero should manage to save the princess without getting himself killed." She smiled at him. "You're still here. That's what counts." He pulled on the t-shirt, then motioned to her rope made of scarves. "You made that?" "Yes. I was planning to swing across in the morning, then hike back to the village. I thought the tigers might help protect me." Carlos regarded her with a look of amazement. "You didn't need me. You would have survived without me." "That's all it was. Survival." Tears blurred her vision. "I thought my heart had died with you." "Catalina." He jumped across the ditch and pulled her into his arms. She wrapped her arms around him and held on tight. Her flashlight lit up the ceiling. "Don't cry." He kissed her brow and wiped her cheeks. "We're alive, and we have each other." She rested her head on his chest and listened to the steady beat of his heart. Carlos was alive. "Come now. I want to look at the rest of the cave." He swung her up into his arms. "What are you—" She gasped when he leaped across the ditch and landed neatly on the other side. She squirmed out of his arms. "Would you stop scaring the hell out of me?" He grinned. "I have super strength and agility. I'm at level 4 now." "Great. I'm so glad dying came with a bonus." He chuckled, then grabbed his flashlight off the ground and turned it on. "Let's go." She followed close behind him as he went through the narrow opening. It was a long, narrow passage filled with rock formations. "Watch your step here." He maneuvered her to the left. She shone her flashlight down to see what he was avoiding. It was a whitish puddle. "What is that? Rainwater with chalk or lime deposits?" She beamed her light at the ceiling to look for drips. He snorted. "That was from me." Her face grew warm. "Oh." He led her forward. "There's another one here. Watch your step." Her flashlight picked up a second puddle in the middle of the path. Her face blazed hotter. "Okay." She stepped over it. "And there's a third one here." He aimed his flashlight at an even bigger puddle. She gasped. "My God, you're an animal!" He laughed. "That may be true, Manina, but this one actually is rainwater." "Oh, never mind." She edged around the puddle and followed him to another narrow opening. "I peeked in here earlier. It looked strange. I wanted to get a closer look." He led her through the opening. Their flashlight beams wandered about. It was a huge cavern, almost as big as a soccer field. "What I saw was down here." He shone his light on the floor, which was about 4 feet lower from the ledge where they stood. Caitlin gasped. There were dozens of man-sized clay figures, all lying down. "I estimate about 10 in each row." Carlos scanned the rows with his flashlight. "About 20 rows deep." 200? Caitlin whispered. "It reminds me of the terracotta warriors they found in China. Except these aren't warriors. They're all lying down with their hands crossed over their chest." "Like a giant funeral." She shuddered. "Maybe that's why this is called the Temple of Death." Carlos glanced at the nearby wall. "That looks like a torch." He unzipped a pocket on his pants, pulled out a cigarette lighter, and lit the torch. "Here's another one." She shone her flashlight on it. Soon, Carlos had 6 torches lit, and she was better able to see. The ledge they stood on circled the large chamber, with torches every 6 feet or so. They lit more torches, then proceeded down some steps into the pit where the clay figures rested. "They don't seem to have as much detail as the ones in China," Caitlin observed. "They're very basic and all alike." "I wonder how long they've been here." Carlos knelt beside one and tapped on the clay. "That's odd." "What?" "It doesn't sound very hollow." He hit the clay figure on the chest with the end of his flashlight. "You broke it!" Caitlin's indignation quickly turned to horror as he pulled off pieces of clay. Inside the clay figure was a human skeleton. "Oh my God!" She spun around, looking at all the clay figures. 200 dead people? Carlos continued to pull chunks of clay off the skeleton. "It's hard to tell what the cause of death was, but if this is a vampire cave, then all these people were probably murdered." She gulped. "The tiger said people go in and never come out." "I doubt all these people wandered into the cave. I think they were already dead and encased in clay when they were brought here." She nodded. "And the entrance was booby-trapped to keep anyone from finding them." Carlos straightened and looked around the large chamber.
There's something very ritualistic about the way the bodies are arranged so neatly into rows.
Like an army.
She shuddered.
A dead army. She spotted another opening in the far wall. Look. Carlos took her hand, and they walked past row after row of dead people encased in clay. They ascended some stone steps, then entered another room. It was small, dark, and cold. Caitlin shivered as she scanned the room with her flashlight. 3 stone slabs were raised like altars, and on top of each one lay a clay figure. Carlos approached the first one. The clay had been shattered, as if someone had struck the figure's chest in a fit of rage. A skeleton's ribcage lay broken inside.
Someone was angry, she murmured.
Carlos pulled off some clay shards.
Why would a dead corpse make a vampire angry?
She leaned closer, aiming her flashlight. There's material in there. She gasped. It was green, camouflaged material like they wore in the army. He's a soldier. Carlos broke off more clay around the figure's neck. He pulled out dog tags and held them under his flashlight.
United States Marine Corps.
She gulped. There were some soldiers from the Vietnam War who were never found, but this is a ways from Vietnam.
Not very far if a vampire teleports you here.
Carlos strode to the second altar.
This one is destroyed too.
I don't understand. She followed him. Once the vampire has fed off these people till they die, then what use are they to him? Why go to so much trouble with the dead bodies?
Maybe he was trying to preserve them.
Preserve them for what? Some kind of reawakening? Caitlin eyed the shattered clay. He certainly got angry when the preservation didn't work.
Carlos nodded. I have a feeling all these bodies were part of an experiment, one that failed.
She walked to the third altar. The clay on this one is intact.
Not for long.
He tapped his flashlight on the clay till it cracked, then peeled back a piece. She gasped. There was a body inside. A full flesh and blood body. Is he alive?
I don't see how he can be.
Carlos ripped off larger chunks of clay. She helped him, and soon they had the man's entire body free. He was dressed in army fatigues from the tip of his hat to the soles of his black army boots. He was a tall man with a strong, athletic build.
He's a major.
Carlos unbuttoned his shirt to locate his dog tags.
Russell Ryan Hankelberg.
She touched his shoulder. It was still firm. How can he be dead for so many years, but not decay? Carlos studied the soldier.
I've seen this before. When a vampire transforms another into a vampire, he drains all the blood from his victim and puts him into a coma.
This is a coma? Carlos nodded.
But the vampire usually turns the victim shortly afterward. This guy's been waiting since the Vietnam War.
Goosebumps prickled Caitlin's arms. 40 years? Why would a vampire put a man into a coma, then abandon him?
I don't know, Carlos said. We need to call Angus. We'll have to hike back to the village so we can use our cell phones.
She nodded. A soldier in limbo for 40 years. If he woke up, the world he knew would be completely changed. Do you think we can save him?
The only way to save him is to turn him into a vampire.
Chapter 23. Carlos halted when he heard the snap of a twig in the distance.
We're not alone.
Caitlin pivoted, looking about. I don't see anything. Are the tigers back?
I believe so. We're in their territory now.
They'd started back to the Aka village shortly after sunrise. Carlos had left an electronic tracking device just inside the cave. He hoped the vamps would be able to teleport straight to it. It would save a lot of time, and he didn't relish the thought of hiking across the jungle with them in the dark. He and Caitlin had crossed the stream into tiger territory 10 minutes ago, and he'd been expecting the cats to show up. They were in a small clearing now on the hillside, about 10 yards wide. The morning sun shone down on them, but in the distance, under the thick trees and underbrush, it looked dark, an easy place for a tiger to hide. They seemed to be truly concerned about us. She unscrewed a bottle of water and took a sip. I thought they might be shifters. I wondered the same thing. He borrowed her bottle and drank. Usually I can tell a shifter by their scent, but the tigers always stayed downwind. A bush in the distance shook. He passed the water back and rested a hand on his automatic. "I don't think they mean us any harm," she whispered. The jungle parted, and a large, golden-striped tiger emerged. He made a huffing sound and swished his tail. "Well, excuse me," Caitlin muttered. "He says we smell like death, and we're stinking up their territory." "Great." Carlos glanced over his shoulder as a second large tiger emerged from the jungle behind them. "At least we don't smell good enough to eat." Caitlin paused, her head tilted. "They understand a little English. They say they're not man-eaters, and you would do well to stop insulting them." "Never make a tiger angry," Carlos agreed as he turned his head back and forth to keep an eye on both cats. "The one in front of us is Raju, which means swift," Caitlin explained. Carlos watched him with narrowed eyes. "I'm sure he is swift." "Rajiv is behind us. His name means striped. They would like for you to take your hand off the gun." Carlos dropped his hand. "I would like to not be surrounded and outnumbered." "It's 2 against 2, she murmured. "You're not a cat, Carolina." She snorted. "Yeah, but I'm the one who's able to communicate with them. Raju wants us to follow him." "Not happening." Behind them, Rajiv growled. She glanced back. "I believe they can be very persuasive." "Ask them why," Carlos whispered. "What do they want from us?" She hesitated, then answered. "They believe you're a shifter. They want to talk to you." "Then they're shifters too?" Raju made another huffing noise, then turned to walk into the jungle. Rajiv advanced on them from the rear. "I guess we'll find out later," Caitlin muttered. Carlos took her by the elbow and followed Raju. Once they broke through a barrier of bushes, there was a narrow path. It sloped gently downhill for about 15 minutes. Carlos walked behind Caitlin so his back would be to Rajiv. He kept his ears tuned to Rajiv behind them and his eyes glued to Raju. If the 2 tigers decided to attack, he'd be better off using his automatic than shifting. "I think we're headed back to the valley where the stream is." After another 5 minutes, they emerged into a clearing in the valley. Caitlin gasped. "It's beautiful." It was impressive, Carlos thought. A green field stretched before them, dotted with wildflowers. On the other side of the valley, a stream cascaded over a cliff, making a small waterfall that fell into a clear blue pond. Another stream broke off from the pond and meandered down the valley to the point where they had crossed it earlier. The tigers led them toward the pond. Caitlin smiled at them. "It's beautiful. Thank you for showing it to us." Her smile faded, and she stiffened. "What?" Carlos asked, his nerves tensing. "They want us to strip." "Strip?" She nodded. "Strip and get in the water." "Why? Do they like their food clean?" She winced. "Don't say that." Raju growled, and she gave Carlos an exasperated look. "How many times do I have to tell you? They don't like being called man-eaters." "I can see that." He dropped his backpack onto the ground. "From their scent, I'm guessing they spend part of their time as men." Rajiv snarled. Caitlin lifted her hands. "Okay, we're stripping." "We are?" Carlos turned to watch her. "In that case, ladies first." She snorted, then looked at the tigers. They inclined their heads and turned their backs. Carlos chuckled. "You asked them to turn around?" "Of course. They're men, aren't they?" "And what am I?" He ejected the clip from his automatic and secured them both in his backpack. "According to Raju, you're an old man who bickers too much with his woman." He straightened with a jerk. "Excuse me?" "He thinks you're... what's the word? Henpecked?" "What?" Carlos glared at the giant cat who sat calmly with his back to them, twitching his tail back and forth. He was tempted to give that tail a big yank. "Why would he say that?" Caitlin smiled as she lowered her backpack to the ground. "They think you waste time arguing with me when you only need to give orders." He arched a brow. "They have a valid point, but do they have any idea how stubborn you are?" Her eyes twinkled with humor as she sat on the ground to remove her hiking boots. "You discuss things with me as an equal. I think it's very sweet." "Sweet? He was a werepanther, damn it." He yanked his t-shirt over his head and threw it down. "Was I sweet when I turned into a snarling animal and pinned you down?" He ripped off his boots and socks, leaving them scattered over the meadow. She slipped off her socks, then neatly rolled them and stashed them in her boots. "It's just a different culture here. In the Western world, men have learned to be more sensitive to a woman's needs." She perched her hat on top of her boots. "Sensitive?" Carlos growled as he unbuckled his belt and jerked down the zipper. He'd show her where a man was most sensitive to a woman's needs. His trousers and underwear fell to the ground, and he kicked them aside. Her eyes widened. The longer he stared at her, the harder he became. "I believe the appropriate term is semi-aroused." Her eyes grew even wider. "Semi?" Her voice came out in a squeak. "Hurry up and get naked." He marched toward the pond, then called over his shoulder, "And that's an order." Caitlin bit her bottom lip as she watched Carlos. Could any man be more gorgeous? His bare back was strong and tanned. His skin was smooth, with no sign of the fatal wound he'd suffered the night before. His determined stride made the muscles in his buttocks flex and pull. He was simply mesmerizing. And huge. Semi-aroused? More like semi-superhuman. She sighed with dismay when he walked far enough into the pond that the water level covered his rump. She hadn't spotted any tattoos. He had only been teasing. He dipped low in the water, arching his back to wet his hair. Then he straightened, smoothing his shoulder-length hair back with his hands as he turned toward her. He planted his hands on his hips and watched her with his amber eyes. His chest was broad and hairless, but a narrow trail of hair started at his belly button and descended out of view into the water. She wondered if he was still semi-aroused. Her mouth fell open as his right hand slipped from his hip to his groin. Was he fondling himself underwater? "I'm waiting, Carolina." Her skin tingled with anticipation. She slowly stood. The grass was cool and soft against the soles of her feet. With trembling fingers, she unbuttoned her olive-colored camp shirt. Her heart rate sped up. She'd never stripped in front of a man before. His eyes gleamed, his gaze never leaving her. Her arms prickled with goosebumps as she slid the shirt off. She folded it and set it on the ground next to her boots. She glanced back to make sure the tigers weren't watching, then looked at Carlos. One corner of his mouth curled up as he focused on her red, lacy bra. Her nipples responded to his gaze, pebbling against the cool silk. She felt a tightening, squeezing sensation between her legs. She'd never felt so turned on, and he hadn't even touched her yet. Slowly, she unbuckled her belt and unfastened the waistband of her khaki pants. Her heart beat even faster. Once she entered the pool, she knew he would pounce on her. And she wanted him. She wanted his hands and mouth all over her. With a little wiggle, she pushed her trousers over her hips and let them fall. His brows lifted slightly at the sight of her high-cut red lace panties. She stepped out of the trousers, then leaned over to pick them up. She folded them neatly. "Get on with it," he growled. His impatience gave her a sudden, gratifying feeling of power. He was at her mercy. She was setting the pace, and she was enjoying making him wait. "Are you feeling anxious?" She turned to give him a view of her backside. She leaned over to set her folded pants on top of her shirt. He snorted. "Go ahead and torture me, Catalina. It'll be your turn soon enough." She straightened and faced him. "You're planning on torturing me?" He smiled. "I'm going to make you scream." "Promises, promises." She reached behind her back to unhook her bra. It came loose with a little pop, and her heart lurched. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. Then, with a flourish, she whisked the bra off and dropped it on her clothes. Carlos hissed in a breath. Her courage wavered under a sudden attack of modesty, and she turned her back to him to remove her underwear. The red lace fell to the ground, and she nudged it with her foot onto her pile of clothes. "Catalina," he called softly. Her heart swelled with love and longing. She looked up at the blue sky overhead and vowed to herself that no matter what happened, she would never regret this. She would cherish this day for the rest of her life. She turned and streaked toward the pond. Ack! It was colder than she'd thought it would be. When the water reached her hips, she pushed off her feet and swam toward the waterfall. She came to an abrupt halt when a hand seized her ankle. "Hey!" She dropped her free foot to the bottom of the pond and turned to face her attacker. The water was only chest deep. Carlos pulled her hard against his chest. He wrapped her ankles around his back, making her straddle him around the waist. She gasped as her most sensitive flesh was pressed against him. He supported her with one arm and slid his other hand around her neck. He was breathing heavily. She could feel the rise and fall of his stomach pushing against her groin. "Catalina, I've wanted you for so long." "I want you too. More than anything." She blinked back tears. "When I thought you were dead." "Shh. We're together now." He dragged her farther up his body, rubbing her tender skin against him. She whimpered. Her head fell back as he nibbled on her neck. She dug her heels into his back, pressing herself against him. He grabbed her buttocks and squeezed. A gong sounded in the distance. He lifted his head from her neck. "What is that?" She glanced toward the field. The tigers were gone. "I hope they're not in the forest watching us." Carlos dunked down, bringing her with him, so the water was up to their chins. Another gong sounded. "Maybe it's the dinner bell," he muttered. She smoothed a hand over his wet hair. "Or a fire drill?" He snorted. "I've got a drill for you." She giggled and slapped his shoulder. "Oh, there are people coming." She spotted 2 women and a handful of children coming from the forest. "Definitely a tribe of were-tigers," he murmured. "The children won't shift until puberty. And the women probably only shift on the night of a full moon. She gasped when the children gathered up all of her and Carlos's clothes. "Wait!" she called out to them. "We need those!" The children giggled and ran back into the forest. One of the women took their backpacks. "She's got my weapons." Carlos let go of Caitlin and walked toward the shore. "Hey, bring that back!" He gave her an exasperated look. "Can you tell them to stop?" "I don't know their language yet." The other woman smiled and showed them a bamboo tray with 2 clay dishes on top. She set the tray on the water and pushed it toward Carlos. Then she ran back into the forest. "What is it?" Caitlin asked as Carlos brought the floating tray to her. He shrugged. "I don't know." The 2 clay dishes held clear, thick liquid. She dipped a finger in and rubbed it with her thumb. It made suds and smelled of jasmine. "It's soap." He motioned with his head toward the waterfall. "Want to take a shower?" With a laugh, she bounded toward the waterfall. They both lathered up their faces and hair, then stuck their heads under the spray. "Oh, that feels wonderful." She smoothed her hair back, then noticed that he was gone. "Carlos?" His arm shot through the waterfall and dragged her through. "Ah!" She wiped the water off her eyes, then gasped. "Oh my gosh, it's a grotto." She pivoted, taking it in. The water fell like a shimmering, misty curtain in front of them. Behind them, there was a small opening in the rock wall. There was a ledge just above water level. Surrounding the opening, green moss gave the rock wall a rich, tropical look. "It's incredible." She looked around. "Carlos?" He disappeared again. He swam around the edge of the waterfall, pushing the bamboo tray in front of him. "I brought the soap." "That's very kind of you." "At your service." He dipped his fingers into a bowl and tossed a glob of soap on her chest. With a laugh, she moved closer to the ledge, where the water was only up to her waist. He followed her and smoothed the soap over her shoulders and down her arms. She grabbed a blob of soap and rubbed it over his broad shoulders and chest. "You're so beautiful." He snorted. "This is beauty." He covered her breasts with his soapy palms and massaged gently. With a groan, she arched toward him. He pulled her against him, and their slick, soapy chests rubbed together. His erection pressed against her stomach, and a desperate need made her ache for him. "Carlos." She ran her hands up and down his back. He kissed her brow, then trailed kisses down to her lips. When she opened her mouth for him, he kissed her with a ferocious hunger that made her fall limp against him. He nibbled a path down her neck, then pulled back with a grimace. "Soap." He splashed into the deeper water with her and ran his hands over her body to rinse off the soap. She wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. They kissed again, with the spray of the waterfall misting their faces. He lifted her higher, and with a growl, he nuzzled his face in her breasts. She giggled. His whiskers were ticklish. She gasped when he sucked a nipple into his mouth. He suckled hard as he moved them back toward shallower water. He released her breast and reached for more soap. He slapped it on her rump, then massaged it onto her cheeks. She dug her heels into his back and pressed herself against him. "Ah." He looked down. "My favorite part." He dipped a hand into more soap and slipped it between them. He rubbed her pubic hair, then delved deeper. She gasped at the feel of his fingers exploring her folds. "Lean back," he whispered. "Float in the water." She fell back. He kept one arm under her hips to support her, and she locked her feet around his waist. Water lapped against her ears. The world was still and peaceful, and all she could feel were his fingers moving gently between her legs. It was sweet and delicious. She could do this for hours. She jolted when he suddenly tweaked her clitoris. "Something wrong?" She gasped when he rubbed the nubbin between his thumb and forefinger. "Carlos!" He launched into a full assault on her senses, and she floundered in the water. With a chuckle, he lifted her back into his arms, then resumed the exquisite torture. She clutched at his shoulders, panting as tension coiled inside her. "I want to taste you." He set her on the ledge and dove between her legs. She cried out at the feel of his tongue, licking and tickling her. His lips clamped onto her clitoris and suckled. She screamed as all the tension in her body shattered. He grinned and pressed a hand against her. "I can feel you throbbing. You're wet and swollen." I... She gave up on speech. There were no words for it. Her body was still shuddering with spasms. She reached for him and was glad when he took her into his arms. She was far too limp and ragged to support herself. She rested her head on his shoulder and gave a sigh of contentment. That was perfect. That was just the beginning. She jolted when something hard nudged her where she was still sensitive and swollen. "Oh." "Wrap your legs around me." He took hold of her hips and positioned her against his erection. She glanced down. He was magnificent, large and swollen. Moisture seeped from her, and her skin tingled where it pressed against the round tip. He moved his hips from side to side, wedging himself between her folds. She shuddered. This was it. She'd wanted this from the first night she'd met him. "Will you be mine?" he whispered. "Yes." She lifted her gaze to meet his. There was so much love in his eyes. She thought her heart would burst. She lay her hand on his cheek. "I love you, Carlos. I will always love you." "Catalina." He kissed her lips, then rested his forehead against hers. With a sharp, sudden thrust and a pull on her hips, he buried himself deep inside her. She gasped, stiffening a second, then slowly adjusting to his large size. "If you tell me you're only semi-aroused, I'm going to scream." He chuckled and kissed her brow. "My God, I love you." "Really?" He kissed her mouth. "I've known it for some time." "Really?" He kissed her again. "For how long?" "Sweetheart, do you think we could talk after I finish screwing you?" She feigned a huff of indignation. Men, so incapable of multitasking. He swatted her rump, and she gasped. "That's it. Keep your mouth just like that." He planted his lips on hers and invaded her open mouth with his tongue. He moved her hips, rocking her against him, gently at first, then harder and harder. They stopped kissing when their breathing became more labored. Soon they were panting, and he was thrusting into her with a desperation that brought tears to her eyes. She whimpered as her climax lifted her higher and higher, then screamed when it broke free. He let out a long groan as he pumped himself into her. They held each other tight as their breathing slowly returned to normal. "I can still feel you inside me, throbbing," she whispered. She smiled and rested her head on his shoulder. A gong sounded in the distance. He grunted. "I forgot we weren't alone in the world. I wonder what they want now." He moved through the water, still holding her, and they rounded the waterfall. A woman emerged from the forest with something folded in her hands. "I think they're bringing us clothes," Caitlin murmured. The woman set the folded material on the grass, then spoke in a dialect Caitlin had never heard before. "Please dress yourselves and join us for dinner." She turned and hurried back into the forest. Caitlin repeated the request to Carlos, then they swam to the shore. He ran to fetch the clothes, then brought them back to her. She quickly donned a blue tunic that hung past her knees, while Carlos put on the baggy blue pants. She glanced back at the waterfall. "I'll always remember this. We'll have lots of memories." Carlos took her hand and led her to the forest. Just inside the tree line, the woman waited with her eyes averted. "This way." She scurried down a narrow path. "Can you understand her?" Carlos asked. "Yes, but it will be a while before I can talk to her." They came to a village that was similar to that of the Aka tribe. Wooden houses stood on stilts, and the villagers were gathered around a central fire. They grinned at her and Carlos and nodded their heads. "Please sit." The woman motioned to a bamboo mat big enough for two. Caitlin took a seat and pressed a hand to her chest. "Kate." She gestured toward the woman. "I am Malai." The woman smiled, then passed them a wooden plate filled with rice and some kind of grilled meat. "I'm starving." Carlos popped a piece of meat in his mouth. "It's good. Tastes like chicken." "Which means it could be a frog." Caitlin pointed across the village. "There are our clothes. They must have washed them. They were hanging on a line to dry." "Welcome." A large man dressed in baggy green pants sat on the mat beside them. He had long black hair and golden eyes. He introduced himself. "Oh!" Caitlin was surprised. "This is Raju," she told Carlos. "He was much furrier the last time we saw him." She smiled and bowed to him. Carlos bowed. He pressed a hand to his chest. "Carlos." He motioned to Caitlin. "Kate." Raju inclined his head. "He is a werepanther, yes?" Caitlin nodded and replied in English, "Yes." "You do not speak our language?" She shook her head no. "Not yet." "But you understand me?" She nodded. "Yes." "You can communicate with us when we are shifted?" "Yes." "That is most unusual. I have never met a human with that ability." Raju accepted a plate of food from Malai. "She is beautiful, yes?" "She is my mate." "Ah," Caitlin nodded, then said, "Yes," in his language. Carlos leaned close to her. "What is he talking about?" "He's married to Malai." Caitlin smiled at the woman. I agreed that she's beautiful. "Oh." Carlos went back to stuffing food down his mouth. Raju chewed on a piece of meat. "My mate came from the Lisu. They are known for their beauty." Caitlin tilted her head. The Lisu were a hill tribe, completely mortal as far as she knew. Raju regarded her curiously. "I do not understand why you are still human." She gave him a perplexed look. "Your mate is a werepanther, but you are still human. Is he reluctant to bite you?" She sat back confused. She wasn't fluent yet in the were-tiger's language, but she managed a few words. "Why bite me?" Raju's golden eyes shifted from her to Carlos. "He must bite you in order to make you a werepanther." "What?" Caitlin scrambled to her feet. Carlos jumped up. "What? What's wrong?" Her shock quickly sizzled into anger. You jerk!" "What?" He glanced at the empty plate in his hands. "Okay, I ate all the food, but it's not the end of the world. I'll get you some more." "You can bite me and make me a werepanther?" she cried. His face paled, and the plate tumbled from his hands.
Chapter 24.
Tears blurred Caitlin's vision as she trembled with anger. How could he not tell her something so vitally important? Why didn't you tell me? He leaned over to set the wooden plate on the bamboo mat. I can explain. You should have explained weeks ago. What the hell are we even doing here? We can discuss it later in private. I'm upset now. She glanced around the circle of villagers who were watching her curiously. Damn, she was providing them with a soap opera. She lowered her voice, but it still shook with emotion. At least tell me if it's true. Can you turn me into a werepanther by simply biting me? A pained expression crossed his face. In theory, Jess. Then, in theory, you never had to come here to look for a werepanther mate. You could have taken me. Catalina, what was wrong with me? Her old fear came reeling back at full force. You didn't think I was good enough? He scoffed. You're all I've ever wanted. I'm not giving you up, even if I find a jillion werepanther women. She blinked. You're staying with me? Jess. He scowled at her. I thought I made that clear in the grotto. She scowled back. I thought that was sex talk. That was love. I told you, I love you. He pulled her into his arms and fastened one hand to her jaw to force her to meet his hungry gaze. The village women sighed in unison. Caitlin thought she might melt at his feet. So, you don't want to marry a werepanther now? No. I want you. When did you decide that? She didn't know whether to kiss him or slap him. He had her so confused. I've been considering it for a while. And you didn't tell me? She pushed away from him. I'm still angry at you. He gave her a bewildered look, then picked up the plate and handed it to Malai. Can you get her some food? He pointed at the plate, then at Caitlin. Malai nodded and scurried away. Caitlin snorted. It's not about food, Carlos. It's about honesty. He stiffened. I haven't lied to you. You kept the truth from me. You didn't tell me you were planning to stay with me. I didn't realize I needed to. As far as I'm concerned, we're already married. Well, it would have been nice if you had told me. And what about your little habit of dying every now and then? You should have told me about that. I suffered needlessly. He arched a brow. I suffered a bit myself. She winced. He had a point there. You still should have told me. I'm detecting a pattern here, and I need you to be upfront with me so I can trust you. He scoffed. Caitlin, I died last night to protect you. You can trust me. She folded her arms over her chest, frowning. Malai returned with another plate filled with food and set it on the bamboo mat. You were right, husband, she whispered to Raju. They bicker too much. He nodded. She's a fiery one. He should wear her out with a long bout of sex. The village men nodded in agreement while the women giggled. Caitlin's face grew warm. What did they say? Carlos asked. Nothing, she grumbled. He arched a brow. Something about me being henpecked? She groaned inwardly. I was wrong to doubt your trustworthiness. You were willing to sacrifice yourself in order to protect me, and I'm more grateful than I can say. When he reached for her, she stepped back and lifted her hands to stop him. But I'm still upset that you didn't tell me I could be turned into a werepanther. You knew all along that I could be your mate and a mother for your children. And I knew the transformation would most likely kill you. She paused, stunned. It's true, Catalina. I've seen mortals die in agony, unable to survive the transformation. She swallowed hard. Are you serious?
My cousin married a mortal, and when she attempted to go through the transformation, she died a miserable, painful death. Her father was so enraged, he massacred my people.
Caitlin swayed from the impact of his words. All those people had died because a woman hadn't survived the transformation? He grabbed her arm. Are you all right? She shook her head. She could actually die? This couldn't be right. It was too cruel a twist of fate. She and Carlos were perfect for each other. It had nearly killed her when she'd thought he was dead, and now if she tried to become his mate, she could die?
Come, sit down.
Carlos tugged on her arm. He waited for her to sit beside him, then placed the plate of food in her lap.
You look pale. You should eat.
She glanced down at the food without seeing it. Then she looked around the circle of villagers who were all watching her like she was on primetime television. She attempted speaking the were-tiger language to Raju. Your mate is from the Lisu tribe? She's human?
Malai is were-tiger now,
Raju answered proudly and smiled at his wife. Was it hard for her to change? Caitlin asked.
Raju's smile faded. Very hard, but my Malai is strong. Only those with the heart of a tiger survive it.
Caitlin gulped.
Akarat,
Raju said to one of the men.
You tell our guest your story.
A young, slim man inclined his head.
I am Akarat from the Akha village. I ventured into tiger territory a year ago, searching for my cousin. I found him here. He'd fallen in love and didn't want to leave. When I met his mate's sister, I didn't want to leave either.
The young woman seated next to Akarat gazed up at him with adoring eyes.
My cousin and I decided to become were-tigers so we could be fitting husbands and worthy of our chosen mates.
Akarat glanced sadly at a young woman who sat alone, with tears in her eyes.
My cousin did not survive the transformation.
I'm so sorry. Caitlin's heart sank. What Carlos had said was true. She could die. I was at the Akha village, and AJ mentioned you and your cousin. They believe you were both killed by a man-eating creature.
Akarat snorted. We fell in love. Raju growled deep in his throat. Everyone accuses us of being man-eaters.
He pointed at the plate in her lap.
We eat chicken. Try it.
She bit into a piece of grilled chicken and nodded. It's very good. We're actually on our way back to the Akha village. I could tell AJ that Akarat is alive and well.
No, you must not,
Raju said.
It is good that they fear coming into our territory. We must keep our existence secret.
She nodded. I understand. If Carlos's tribe had kept their secret better, they might still be alive. She glanced at him. He was watching her with a worried look.
What have they been saying?
He whispered. They confirmed what you told me. Not everyone survives the transformation. She set the plate of food aside, too tired and depressed to eat.
You look worn out. You didn't sleep at all last night.
She gave him a wry look. You slept like the dead. He smiled and brushed her damp hair back from her brow.
Maybe you should rest for a while before we continue our trip.
I would love that. She was suddenly feeling very weary. The night in the cave had been emotionally wrenching. Booby traps, Tanit's death, Carlos's death and resurrection, the finding of an American soldier trapped in a 40-year-long coma. It was a lot to take in. And now she had another emotional quandary to deal with. Should she risk death to become a werepanther? She turned to Raju. Is there a place where we can rest for a while?
Of course. Your clothes will not be dry until tomorrow, so you will be spending the night.
Thank you. You are very kind. Raju inclined his head.
We are honored to have a werepanther and his mate as our guests. He fears losing you, doesn't he? That is why he hasn't bitten you.
Yes.
A man must conquer his fear so he can be with his chosen mate.
Raju glanced at Malai with love in his eyes.
Now we are expecting our first child.
That's wonderful. He turned toward Caitlin.
You cannot give him werepanther children if you do not transform. If you remain human, your children will be human.
She closed her eyes briefly. Everything had seemed so perfect in the grotto, and now it all seemed wrong. He needs to have werepanther children. His people are in danger of extinction.
He is searching for other werepanthers?
Raju asked. When Caitlin nodded, he continued.
There are a few panthers south of here, but they are not shifters.
Oh. Her heart plummeted further.
There are a larger number of panthers east of Chiang Mai, close to Laos, Raju said. He may have better luck there.
I'll tell him. Thank you. She rose to her feet, and Carlos stood beside her. I'd like to rest now, if you don't mind. Carlos woke when Caitlin stirred in his arms. They'd been shown to a small house on stilts on the edge of the tiger village. Their backpacks were inside, and he'd quickly checked on their weapons. Then, he'd stretched out on the pallet beside Caitlin, and they'd slept. She stretched and opened her eyes. He smiled. He always loved looking at the beautiful turquoise color.
Sleep well?
I dreamed the terracotta warriors were chasing me through the jungle. She sighed. What time is it?
The sun's still up. I estimate late afternoon, but I'm not sure. I suspect one of the tiger children is sporting a new watch.
You took yours off when we stripped? He nodded.
How are you?
I'm wondering what I'm doing in Thailand when you never really needed to search for a mate.
I still need to find more of my species.
She frowned. Raju said the panthers south of here aren't shifters. Carlos rolled onto his back and stared at the thatched roof. Had he come all this way for nothing? He said there are more panthers east of Chiang Mai, close to the Laos border, she continued. There was still hope.
We'll go there after we take care of the soldier in the cave.
She sat up and hugged her knees. I need to decide if I should become a werepanther.
No.
He sat up beside her.
We can't risk it. We'll just live like normal people.
With normal children? What about your endangered species? He shrugged.
It can't be helped. I suppose the werepanther children will have more children when they grow older.
We can't unload that burden on them. And I want my children to be like you, Carlos. I love you. I want little were-kittens like you.
It's not going to happen. I'm not risking your life.
It's my life, so it's my decision to make. He winced. That was what he had feared would happen. It was the main reason he had avoided telling her the truth.
I'm not allowing you to sacrifice yourself.
Then you would sacrifice your species? How could you live with me as a mortal without hating me someday for forcing you to give up who you are?
How could I live with myself if you died? It would kill me, Caitlin.
She rested a hand on his cheek. We can't be sure I would die. I'm terribly stubborn, you know.
He snorted. Sheer willpower might not be enough.
How about love? She smoothed her hand through his hair. I love you so much.
I love you too.
He kissed her brow.
I couldn't bear to lose you.
She tilted her head to meet his mouth, and he kissed her slowly and thoroughly. Her mouth parted for him, and he stroked her tongue with his. Already his groin was tightening, but he refused to take her quickly. He wanted to explore every inch of her. He was curious to see how she looked and tasted, curious to watch her body react to his lovemaking. Something about being a cat, he supposed. He nibbled on her neck
as he slid a hand down her thigh to the hem of her tunic. When he pulled it up, she lifted her hips to help him. He tugged it over her head, then pushed her gently down on the pallet. Her nipples fascinated him. With just a look, he could make them pebble. With some suckling, he could turn them a darker color of red. With a flick of his tongue, he could make the tips harden into tight buds. Caitlin's moans were like music, and each time she gasped his name, he wanted to roar with victory. His woman. His wife. The muscles in her stomach trembled as he kissed and nibbled his way to the feast between her legs. With a moan, she opened for him. He rested his head on her thigh so he could watch her reactions to his fingers. She shuddered, and moisture seeped from her core. Her scent made him grow harder. Her folds grew swollen and wet. Her clitoris darkened to a delicious-looking red. Her passage was tight and slick around his fingers. He stroked the inside of her as he leaned closer to flick his tongue on her clitoris. She jolted and let out a keening cry. So close. He sucked her clitoris into his mouth, and she screamed. Her passage clamped down on his fingers. It was more than he could bear. He withdrew his fingers and plunged inside her. He didn't last long. She was still throbbing, and it sent him over the edge. With a hoarse cry, he pumped into her, then collapsed beside her. He gathered her into his arms and held her tight. He would never risk losing her. Even if she decided she wanted to risk the transformation, he had the power to stop her. All he had to do was refuse to bite her. The next day, Caitlin said their farewells to the were-tigers. Then she and Carlos headed toward the Aka village. It was a misty morning, with the clouds settled low in the mountains. Her freshly washed clothes soon felt sticky against her body, but she reminded herself that extra humidity was good for her skin, and extra sex was good for her spirits. For a man who had once avoided her like the plague, Carlos was making up for lost time. They'd spent the night making love, with short snatches of sleep in between. After 3 hours of hiking, they arrived in the Aka village. AJ invited them to his house for lunch, and she told him about the cave and how Tanit had died. "We need to call our friends so they can help us revive the soldier," she explained. AJ nodded. "If you go to the top of the tower, you can get a signal from Chiang Mai. We call our tribesmen there who sell our silver crafts in the bazaar." After lunch, they climbed to the top of the watchtower, and Carlos called the number for McKay S&I. Caitlin leaned close so she could listen. "Yo, Catman!" Phineas answered the phone. "What's up?" It felt strange to hear the vamp's voice during the day, but it was nighttime in New York. "Hey, Phineas. We saw something strange here in the mountains." "Oh, yeah? What have you been smoking?" Carlos snorted. "There's a vampire around here somewhere, and he left a lot of dead bodies in a cave." "No shit." "We found a body that looks like it's been in a vampire coma for about 40 years. Phineas scoffed. "That's whack, man. That dude is dead." "He hasn't decayed, and he's an American soldier, a major in the Marine Corps." "Shit. I guess we should wake him up." "I think we should try," Carlos agreed. "It's daytime here. I'll call again when the sun goes down and it's safe to teleport here." "I'll probably be in my death sleep then," Phineas muttered. "I think the closest vamp we've got to you is Kyo in Japan. I'll leave him a message. And Angus will want to know about this too. He's in Moscow, so you'll have to wait till the sun sets there before he can teleport out." "We'll be here. Thanks." Carlos hung up. "We have to wait till tonight." His eyes gleamed as he looked her over. "How will we ever pass the time?" She smiled. "I believe the honeymoon suite is still available." Chapter 25.
It was after midnight when Carlos was finally able to contact Angus in Moscow. The head of McKay's security and investigation had been awake for 10 minutes, and he'd read the report that Phineas had forwarded to him. He teleported straight to Carlos in the tower, bringing his Moscow operative, Mikhail, with him. As Carlos shook hands with Mikhail, he wondered how old the Russian vampire was. Mikhail looked like a medieval Viking warrior, with his white blonde hair braided down his back and his piercing blue eyes constantly searching for danger. He appeared to be the strong, silent type, for he barely said a word as Angus introduced him to Carlos and Caitlin. He wore his sword on his back like Angus, but where Angus preferred his blue and green plaid kilt, Mikhail opted for black leather pants. Kyo from Japan had arrived an hour earlier, and he'd already tested the homing device Carlos had left in the cave. He'd safely teleported to the cave and back. Then he entertained himself by showing off his samurai sword to the men in the village and flirting with the young women. In the tower, Angus set the ice chest he was carrying on the wood-planked floor. "Emma packed us a supply of synthetic blood, in case we manage to revive the soldier in the cave." He nodded at Caitlin. "How are you faring, lass?" She smiled. "I'm fine, thank you." "She's doing a fantastic job," Carlos said. "I don't know how I would have managed without her." Angus nodded with a hint of a smile. "Then it's going well. You haven't run into any danger." Carlos shifted his weight. "Our guide, Tanit, is in the cave, dead, impaled on a spike." "Bugger," Angus muttered. Mikhail merely lifted an eyebrow. "The cave was booby-trapped," Caitlin explained. "Och," Angus winced. "I'm glad you both survived." Carlos shifted his weight again. "Actually, I died." "Again?" Angus gave him an incredulous look. "Lad, you have to stop doing that." "He did it to protect me." Caitlin rushed to his defense. "He saved my life." "Well, that's good." Angus retrieved his cell phone from the sporran that hung in front of his kilt. "I'm calling Robbie in Budapest so he can join us, just in case we run into a few angry vampires." After a few minutes, Robbie arrived with Zoltan Zakvar, the Coven Master of Eastern Europe. Zoltan frowned at Angus. "I heard something exciting was going on, and you didn't invite me." "Yes, the excitement is hard to bear," Mikhail murmured, with a deadpan expression. Angus chuckled and slapped Zoltan on the back. "You're always welcome, old friend." Zoltan greeted Mikhail and Carlos, then smiled at Caitlin. "Good evening. I don't believe we've met." "This is Caitlin." Carlos wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "My wife." Zoltan shook his head ruefully. "I'm always too late." "Did you say wife?" Angus asked. "When did that happen?" Caitlin smiled. "The tribal leader said a few words over us. It's not official." "Yes, it is," Carlos grumbled. She gave him an impatient look. "It's not legal. We'll make it that way as soon as we get home." "Are you proposing to me?" "I thought I already did." "Enough." Angus held up his hands. "We have a job to do." Robbie smirked. "They sound like they're already married." Carlos shot him an annoyed look. "You're the one to talk, Big Red. I bet you asked Olivia for permission to come here." Robbie frowned, remaining silent. Carlos snorted, then handed the homing device monitor to Angus. "Kyo already tried it. It works." "Where is Kyo?" Angus asked. "There." Mikhail pointed across the village. "I'll bring him." The Russian vanished, then reappeared seconds later with a hand firmly grasping Kyo's arm. "What?" Kyo looked around, then jumped back from Mikhail. "Holy cow! You big as a truck!" "We're ready to go," Angus announced. "Kyo, Since you've been there before, take Carlos with you. I'll take Caitlin. Mikhail, bring the ice chest." A few seconds later, Carlos materialized just outside the cave. He checked to make sure Caitlin was all right. Then, he pulled the flashlight from his belt, turned it on, and headed into the cave. "Our guide called this a temple of death. It smells like death," Angus muttered. Carlos wrinkled his nose. Caitlin covered her mouth and coughed. Tanit was definitely still there. Inside the cave, Carlos pointed his beam of light at the skeletal remains of the Buddhist monk. "This poor guy activated the first booby trap. We think he left the prayers." Caitlin aimed her flashlight at the yellow strips of paper above them. "He was trying to keep the evil power in the cave from escaping." "And you believe the evil power is a Chinese vampire?" Angus asked. "Yes," Caitlin answered. "They call it a Changshi. Tanit called him Master Han. He said he was great and powerful, and he's killed thousands." "The professor in Bangkok is one of the Master's guardians," Carlos added. "What is this?" Zoltan tugged on the scarves that hung down from the crisscrossed ropes along the ceiling. "Caitlin made it to swing across the ditch," Carlos explained. "I'd love to have the scarves back." She stared wistfully at them. "And the silver panther. I was going to give them as presents." "Not a problem." Zoltan levitated up to the ropes to untie the scarves. Carlos showed the rest of the vamps the ditch with iron stakes. This was the second booby trap. Angus frowned at Tanit's dead body. "We should give him a proper burial." "We didn't bring a shovel," Robbie murmured. "We could leave him in the large burial room with the other bodies," Caitlin suggested as she folded the scarves Zoltan had liberated. "He was a slave to Master Han, so it's fitting for him to remain in the Master's Temple of Death." Angus nodded. "Works for me. Who wants to get him out of the ditch?" He gave Robbie a pointed look. "Ugh, leave me the dirty job. Thank you so much." Robbie peered into the ditch. "The spikes are about 3 feet apart. I should be able to levitate down between them." "You'll notice if you miss," Mikhail muttered. Carlos wondered if the Russian was joking. It was hard to tell with that stoic, rock-hard face. "I'll help you," Zoltan offered. As Robbie and Zoltan lowered themselves slowly into the ditch, the rest of the vamps teleported across, taking Carlos and Caitlin with them. Carlos glanced ruefully at the blood-stained stone floor where he died. "This way." He led Caitlin and the vamps through the narrow passage into the large burial room. He lit the torches, and all 200 clay figures came into view. "Holy cow!" Kyo exclaimed. "The devil take it," Angus whispered. Mikhail lifted a brow. "I think we're alone, but just in case." Angus drew his sword. Mikhail and Kyo unsheathed their swords too. Caitlin led them down the steps into the lower portion of the room. At first I thought they were symbolic of a dead army, but Carlos broke a few open, and we discovered skeletons inside. "We couldn't understand why a vampire would go to this much trouble to preserve a bunch of dead bodies," Carlos added as they walked across the room. "But when we found the soldier in a vampire coma, we figured Master Han may have been trying to put them all into vampire comas." Angus looked about, frowning. "If that's true, then there could be others who survived." "We'll have to check them all," Mikhail concluded. He handed the ice chest to Angus, then started down a row, cracking each clay shell with the blunt end of his sword to make sure only a skeleton lay beneath. "I'll help." Kyo started down another row. Going at vampire speed, the two vamps moved quickly down the rows. Caitlin shuddered. "I keep imagining them all suddenly standing up and moving toward me." Carlos wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "They can't hurt you." Angus shook his head. If Master Han had succeeded, he could have transformed all these men at the same time. He would have had an instant vampire army at his disposal. Robbie and Zoltan entered the large room, carrying Tanit's body. They placed him in a row of clay figures. "This place is amazing!" Robbie strode toward them, his kilt swishing about his knees. "Aye, but I can only be glad that Master Han failed," Angus added. "How can you be sure?" Mikhail called from across the chamber as he finished cracking open the clay figures. "There could be other caves just like this." That gave them all pause.
"Tanit said that Master Han has killed thousands," Caitlin whispered. "There are only 200 here."
"Kyo, I want you and your team in Tokyo to investigate this Master Han," Angus ordered. "Hi!" Kyo smashed the last clay figure with the end of his samurai sword. "These guys are all dead." "Good." Angus turned to Carlos. "Show us the soldier." "This way." Carlos led them up some steps and into the next room. With no vampires in sight, the vamps sheathed their weapons. Angus set the ice chest on the floor. Carlos passed the first 2 altars where the clay figures housed skeletal remains. The 3rd altar was just as they left it. Major Russell Ryan Hankelberg rested there in his green fatigues. Kyo frowned at him. "He looks dead to me." "He's not dead," Mikhail said. "He hasn't decayed."
"His muscles haven't withered," Caitlin added. "It's like he's frozen in time."
Angus rested one hand on the Major's chest, then lifted the eyelids to examine his eyes. "Aye, he's in a vampire coma."
"How long has he been like that?"
Robbie asked. "We estimate about 40 years, Carlos said. Zoltan shook his head. "I've never heard of a person lasting so long." "Aye." Angus drew his Highland dirk from his knee sock. "But he willna survive the night if his body rejects the transformation." "He is strong," Mikhail said. "He will fight." "We shall see." Angus sliced his forearm. As blood oozed from the wound, he placed it over the Major's mouth. Nothing happened. Angus pulled the Major's cap off and tapped his fingers against his temple. "Come on, lad." Mikhail shook his booted feet. "He's so far down in a black hole," Zoltan said. "He's probably forgotten which way is up." Angus smeared blood on the Major's mouth and nose. "Wake up, lad." He glanced at Caitlin. "Maybe he'll respond to a female voice."
"Okay."
She leaned close and placed a hand on his brow.
"Russell, do you hear me? Russell, come back. Come back home."
The Major's body jerked. His mouth opened with a gasp. "That's it." Angus dripped some of his blood into Russell's mouth. The Major coughed. "You have to drink it, lad." Angus drizzled more blood into Russell's mouth. The Major swallowed, then his body trembled. He grabbed Angus's arm and drank from the wound.
"Is that what causes the transformation?" Caitlin asked. "He has to drink blood from a vampire?"
"Aye," Angus answered. "First, he must be drained dry by a vampire. All his mortal blood must be gone, and he has to fall into a vampire coma. Usually, the coma never lasts longer than 1 night." The Major released Angus's arm and opened his eyes. His gaze shifted from Angus to Caitlin, and he looked confused. Then his gaze drifted up to the top of the cave. His eyes widened with alarm. "Russell Ryan Hankelberg," he croaked. "Major, United States Marine Corps. Serial number 57.
"Lad, you're not a prisoner," Angus told him. "We found you in this cave." Caitlin smiled and patted his shoulder. "You're safe now. You're among friends."
He lifted his head to look at all the people. His gaze landed on Kyo and he gasped. "Charlie!" He struggled to sit up. "What?" Kyo huffed with indignation.
Russell searched his uniform in vain for weapons.
You think I look like Viet Cong? Kyo cried. I'm not commie bastard. I'm Japanese, descended from noble ninja warrior. Relax, Kyo, Angus muttered.
Robbie chuckled.
Yeah, tell us how you really feel.
Russell eyed them all warily. He winced and rubbed his stomach.
That's the hunger you're feeling, Angus explained.
He motioned toward the ice chest, and Mikhail removed a bottle of synthetic blood.
Where am I?
Russell asked.
A cave in Thailand, Carlos told him. What do you remember last?
I was on leave in Phuket. I went into a bar and... Russell grimaced, pressing a hand to his stomach. I don't remember.
Most likely, a vampire took control of your mind, Angus said.
Then he teleported you here to feed off you.
What?
Russell gave him an incredulous look.
What year is it? Zoltan asked him.
1971.
Russell's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why do you ask?
Lad, there's no easy way to tell you this, Angus said. You've been in a coma for 39 years. Russell flinched.
39?
Aye. Angus nodded. You'll find that the world has changed quite a bit. Russell looked askance at him and Robbie.
Men are wearing skirts now?
The Scotsman stiffened, while the others in the room snickered.
This is a kilt, Robbie announced.
Aye, Angus added. 'Tis a fine manly tradition among the Scots.
Right.
Russell turned to Caitlin and smiled.
And what's your name? She's my wife, Carlos growled.
Angus chuckled. And some things haven't changed at all.
Look, whoever you guys are...
Russell doubled over, holding his stomach.
Damn.
'Tis the hunger. Angus accepted a bottle of synthetic blood from Mikhail, then offered it to Russell. Here, you need to drink this. Russell lifted the bottle to his nose.
Blood?
He threw the bottle aside and smashed it into a rock wall. Lad, you need blood. Angus extended a hand so Mikhail could pass him another bottle.
You're crazy,
Russell shouted.
I'm not drinking. Ah!
He slapped a hand over his mouth. Those are your fangs coming in, Angus told him. Russell's eyes widened with horror. I know it is hard to believe, Angus said softly. You were attacked by a vampire 39 years ago. He put you into a vampire coma and abandoned you here. We revived you, but your life will be different from now on. You'll have extraordinary strength and speed. Your senses will be extra sharp. Even now, you can see amazingly well in this dark cave. Can you now? Russell nodded, his hand still covering his mouth. You can hear our heartbeats, Angus continued. You can smell the blood running down the wall over there. And it smells good to you, does it no? Russell nodded. He opened his mouth and felt his elongated fangs.
Is this for real?
Aye. Yet a vampire. Angus passed him another bottle of blood. The pain in your belly will go away if you drink. Russell took the bottle and gave it a dubious look.
Oh, vampire. I didn't think they existed.
He winced and rubbed his stomach.
Aren't vampires evil?
Do you feel evil? Robbie asked. Russell shook his head.
I feel the same.
Exactly. Angus patted him on the shoulder. Death cannot change your true nature. Now drink. Russell took a sip from the bottle and grimaced.
It's cold.
Do you see a microwave around here? Zoltan asked dryly.
A what?
Russell took another sip. Zoltan chuckled. Why don't you come stay at my house for a while? Robbie and I can show you how to be a proper vampire.
You guys are vampires too?
Russell drank more blood.
Aye, Robbie said. We're the good vamps.
Cool. Russell drank more blood.
This actually tastes good.
He downed the rest of the bottle. Angus introduced everyone. Then Zoltan and Robbie teleported back to Budapest, taking the new vamp with them.
I will leave for Tokyo now.
Kyo bowed.
And I will begin investigation of Master Han.
He teleported away. Angus turned to Carlos.
And what about you two? Do you want to hitch a ride to Moscow?
We need to go back to the village, Carlos said.
Our stuff is there, and our guide left a car nearby. We'll leave in the morning and head east of Chiang Mai. We've heard there's a group of panthers close to Laos.
Very well, Angus said. Keep in touch. He and Mikhail teleported them back to the Aka village, then went on to Moscow. The next morning, Carlos and Caitlin wished everyone farewell in the Aka village, then hiked back to the main road where Tanit had left the rental car. A few times, Carlos heard a twig snap in the jungle. He suspected one of the tigers had come to see them off. They reached the main road, and he dropped his backpack on the trunk of the car so he could fish out the second set of keys. Caitlin leaned against the car and sighed. I am so looking forward to a real hotel room with a real toilet and a real bathtub. Carlos straightened suddenly and sniffed the air. Sweat and tobacco. There were mortals close by. He glanced across the road at the dense jungle and spotted the glint of a rifle barrel. He considered handing Caitlin the car keys and urging her to drive away, but what if the car had been tampered with?
Catalina, he whispered. Go back to the trail, then run to the village.
Her eyes widened. Why?
We've walked into a trap.
Chapter 26.
Caitlin stiffened just as gunshots were fired behind them. Carlos pulled her down, using the car as a shield. He glanced over his shoulder. I've been shot. Some kind of dart. She yanked it out. What is this? Tranquilizer. He drew his pistol. When I start shooting, run for the trail. Don't stop. Don't look back. A chill skittered down her spine. I'm not leaving you. Hurry! A voice yelled behind them. Get him! The shout had been in Thai, Caitlin realized, and it sounded like the Professor Pat from Chula. She eased up a few inches to peer through the car windows. 10 men armed with rifles charged from the jungle. One of them was the professor. An old army truck crashed through the underbrush onto the road, and 3 more armed men jumped out. Run! Carlos yelled at Caitlin, then aimed his weapon over the car trunk. With rapid fire, he took down 4 armed men before the others began shooting back. Careful! Pat shouted. We have to take him alive! Carlos ducked down and glared at Caitlin. I told you to run! She shook her head and pulled the knife from her belt. Her hand was trembling, so she gripped the handle harder. 3 armed men came around the end of the car. Carlos shot the first one, and the other 2 leaped back out of range. Look at his arm, Caitlin whispered. The dead man had the same tattoo as Tanit and the professor. Gunfire rang out, and she jerked at the sudden pain in her rump. Carlos winced, then rose to his knees. They shot darts under the car. He pulled darts from her bottom. She yanked 3 darts from his rump. He suddenly pushed her head down and fired his weapon. She glanced toward the hood of the car and saw another man fall. How many were left now? 7? She and Carlos were still badly outnumbered. More shots were fired, and Carlos jerked. She gasped at the sight of 5 more darts in his back. One of the thugs had rounded the end of the car while Carlos was busy killing the one by the front. Stop that! She threw her knife. It hit the man in his gut and he fell back. Bitch. He pulled a gun. We don't need you alive. No! Carlos threw himself in front of Caitlin just as the shots were fired. Caitlin screamed as his body jerked with the impact of real bullets. "Damn it!" Pat ran toward them. "I told you we needed him alive!" The man writhed in pain, his hands gripping the knife in his gut. "I was aiming at the bitch. She deserves to die." "You deserve to die. You failed the master." Pat drew a weapon and shot the man in the head. Caitlin gasped and held on to Carlos tight. Blood oozed from 2 bullet holes in his chest. His breathing was shallow, but she wasn't sure if it was because he was dying or just tranquilized. Pat and the remaining 5 men fanned out, their rifles aimed at her. "Hurry, load them into the truck," Pat ordered. "Maybe we can still save him." The men advanced toward her. "No!" She pulled a knife from Carlos's belt. Gunshots rang out as they sprayed her with a dozen tranquilizer darts. With a huge roar, a tiger sprang from the jungle and leaped on the nearest man. Lethal claws ripped the screaming man apart. Caitlin pulled darts out of her arms, but she couldn't reach those that had hit her on the back. Her sight blurred as she watched the tiger attack another man. Her ears rang with the din of multiple gunshots, all aimed at the tiger. "No," she moaned, as the tiger slumped onto the ground, drugged by too many darts. The tiger shimmered, then shifted into human form. "Rajiv," she whispered. The men gasped, then shouted with victory. "Another cat shifter!" Pat exclaimed. "The master will be pleased!" Dots swirled before her eyes, and their voices sounded very far away. "Load them up," Pat ordered. She collapsed on top of Carlos as everything went black. Caitlin slowly came to, her mind in a fuzzy haze. Memories of the ambush flitted through her head, and she sat up with a gasp. Where was she? A single light bulb on the ceiling dimly illuminated the small room. The one window had been boarded up from the outside. There was a table against a wall. She was sitting on a hard pallet covered with a white sheet. Her heart lurched. Where was Carlos? A noise across the room made her jump. She peered into the dark corner.
"Miss Kate?"
Rajiv pulled some of the white sheet covering his pallet into his lap to cover his nudity.
"I apologize for my appearance."
"It's not your fault," she answered in his language. "I'm sorry you were dragged into this." He shrugged his broad shoulders.
"I was considering leaving my tribe so I could experience the world and have interesting adventures. I thought I might find that with you and Carlos. I suppose I have."
She winced, hoping his search for adventure didn't get him killed. "Do you know what happened to Carlos?"
"No. I just woke up a few minutes ago, and he was gone. Who are those people?"
"They're working for a Jiangxi named Master Han."
"A Jiangxi?"
Rajiv repeated.
"I didn't know they were real."
Apparently, they didn't know until recently that cat shifters are real. She stiffened when she heard the metallic scrape of a bolt sliding and a lock being turned. The door cracked open, and the muzzle of a rifle appeared. Rajiv growled and started to shimmer.
"Don't even think about shifting."
A man swung the door farther open and shot tranquilizer darts into Rajiv. When Rajiv started pulling them out, the man drew a handgun from a holster.
"Stop it. This one has real bullets."
Rajiv glared at him, then slowly slumped to the side. 2 men hauled him from the room. Meanwhile, the man pointed his gun at Caitlin.
"Don't move."
Her heart raced. "What have you done with Carlos?" The man looked surprised.
"You speak Thai?"
He glanced out the door.
"They're bringing your husband now."
2 men entered the room, carrying Carlos. She winced at the sight of his blood-soaked chest. They shuffled over to where she sat and dumped him on the pallet. "Careful," she muttered.
"Why bother?"
The man with the gun smirked.
The bastard is dead."
She flinched.
"That's enough, Sawat."
The professor, Pat, entered the room.
"Carlos's death is a tragedy."
The man with the gun scoffed.
"He deserved to die. He killed a lot of our men." "They died in the service of our master,"
Pat argued. He turned to Caitlin with an annoyed look.
"You neglected to tell us you spoke Thai. We removed the bullets and tried to save your husband. We were too late."
Tears filled her eyes. She knew Carlos should revive in a few hours, but it still grieved her to think how much he had suffered. She brushed the hair back from his pale face, and a tear ran down her cheek. "Why are you doing this? Carlos considered you a friend."
"Master Han is in need of a powerful cat,"
Pat explained.
"Once I realized cat shifters might truly exist, I knew they would be the most powerful cats in the world. I thought Carlos could lead us to a cat shifter. It didn't occur to me that he was one until Tanit told me."
Caitlin sniffed as more tears streamed down her face. "Tanit is dead. We left him in the Temple of Death."
Pat inclined his head. "It is an honor to die in service to the master."
She snorted. Then that was an honor she wished on the professor and the rest of his crew. "What are you doing to Rajiv?"
"We need him alive, so he will not be harmed. We are fitting a silver collar around his neck. I believe that will keep him from shifting. If not, we will have to keep him tranquilized until we can bring him to the master."
"What will the master do to him?"
"The real question is, what will the cat shifter do to the master?"
Pat headed out the door, then paused.
"We must keep you locked up until this evening. I may be able to release you at that time, but I do not know. The decision will not be mine."
She swallowed hard. "Who makes the decision?"
"Guardians of higher rank than I. I am merely a mortal, but they are Jiangshi. They will awaken in a few hours."
Pat and Sawat left the room, and she heard the scrape of a bolt sliding into place. With a sigh, she touched Carlos's face. "I hope you wake up before the vampires do." She wandered about the room, looking for a way to escape or something that could be used as a weapon. The window was covered with bars and boarded up. She found a clay pot under the table and figured it was the toilet. On top of the table was a bowl and pitcher full of water. She might be able to whack someone with the pitcher, but first she would put the water to good use. She took the sheet off Rajiv's pallet and tore it into strips. Then she poured a little water into the bowl and set it next to Carlos. She washed the blood off his bare chest. He was still wearing his khaki pants and hiking boots. She stretched him out on the pallet. Even though he couldn't feel anything, she wanted him to look comfortable. She emptied the bloodied water into the chamber pot, then washed her own face and hands. With nothing else to do, she lay down beside Carlos and waited for him to come back. She must have dozed, for she awakened when she felt Carlos's body jerk. Yes, he was going to revive again. She sat up, her heart expanding in her chest. His body jerked again and his eyes opened. She grinned. "Carlos, thank God." She smoothed a hand over his chest and abdomen. The wounds were gone.
"I died again,"
he whispered. "You're all right now." She caressed his face. He glanced around the room.
"We're prisoners?"
"Yes." He sat up, his eyes wide with alarm.
"Is there another room where you can go?"
"No, we're locked up together."
"Merda."
He pulled off his hiking boots and socks.
"The surge is coming. I can feel it."
"It's okay."
"No, it's not."
He unbuckled his belt.
"Each time it happens, the panther is more powerful. I don't know if I can control it. Caitlin, you can't let me bite you."
She drew a quick breath. If he bit her, she might become a werepanther. Or she might die. He pulled down his pants and underwear.
"Caitlin, promise me you won't let me bite you."
She hesitated. He grabbed her by the upper arms.
"Don't even consider it. I will not be responsible for your death."
Tears filled her eyes. "You've died twice for me. Why shouldn't I risk it once for you?"
"Because you don't come back like I do."
He jumped up and paced across the room. His gaze landed on the window. He punched a fist through the bars and shattered the glass. "What are you doing?" She grimaced at the blood on his hand. He pulled a jagged shard of glass from the window and dropped it on the pallet beside her.
"If I try to bite you, stab me. It won't kill me, but it'll help me come to my senses."
She shook her head. "I don't want to hurt you."
"You have to."
He stepped back as his body started to shimmer.
"Sometimes it hurts to do the right thing." With a roar, his body shifted. He came down on all fours and arched his back.
She winced at the sound of his bones crackling and elongating. He was by far the largest cat she'd ever seen. Larger than a male lion. She suspected he was larger than a saber-toothed tiger. He turned his head toward her and growled low in his throat. She picked up the shard of glass. He lifted a massive paw and set it down in her direction. His golden eyes gleamed, focused intently on her. His body lowered to a few inches off the floor. She held her breath. She'd seen this move before with her kitten, Mr. Foofikins. It was the classic crouch stance before the pounce. "Carlos?" Her heart stuttered when his eyes turned red and began to glow. How much of him was a beast? How much control would Carlos have? If he pounced on her, would he maul her to death? Or was he simply driven to bite her and make her his mate? A growl rumbled low in his throat. His tail twitched. Then he pounced. His paws hit her shoulders and knocked her back. He stood over her, his legs straddling her. He lowered his head with a grumbling sound in his throat. She gazed into his red, glowing eyes, searching for Carlos. His body trembled, and she realized he was there. He was fighting the beast. She flung the shard of glass away. "Go ahead," she whispered. "Bite me." He threw back his head and roared. She winced at the sight of his fangs. When he lowered his head, she turned her face away and squeezed her eyes shut. A wet, raspy tongue licked her neck, and she shivered. "Pop!" she gasped. His fangs had broken her skin. He licked her once again, then backed away. She touched her neck, then drew away her hand. There was blood on her fingers. His body shimmered and shifted back. He wiped the back of his hand against his mouth and stared at the bloodstain. He looked at her, his eyes amber once again. They widened at the sight of her neck. "No, no, it's okay." He jumped to his feet. "No!" He clenched his fists and pressed them against his temples. "The beast was too strong. I tried to fight it." "Carlos, it's all right." He fell onto his knees. "Oh God, what have I done?" "It wasn't your fault. It was my decision. I threw away the shard of glass. I told you to bite me." He gave her an incredulous look. "Why?" Tears filled her eyes. "Because I love you. And like you said, sometimes it hurts to do the right thing." He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "The next part of the surge is coming. I can feel it." His eyes opened, and they were red once again. "What part is that?" "I need sex." Her breath caught. Now she remembered the surge he'd gone through in the cave. After shifting into a panther and back, he'd wanted sex, and she had refused. He stood slowly, and her gaze went instantly to his erection. No way was she going to refuse him this time. She pulled off her hiking boots as he walked toward her. The intensity of his red, glowing eyes made her tremble with anticipation. She undid her belt and unzipped her pants. He leaned over, grasped the hem of her khaki pants and yanked them off so roughly she fell onto her back. He ripped off her panties, then shoved her legs apart and knelt between them. He inserted a finger inside her and growled, "You're already wet." "Yes." She wrapped her legs around his back and lifted her hips. He grasped her butt cheeks and pulled her toward him. She gasped when his erection slammed into her. He ground her against him so her clitoris was tickled by his crisp pubic hair. He thrust into her, hard and deep. Tension rose inside her higher and higher. He leaned his head back and roared. He pumped into her wildly, and she screamed her release. Then he fell onto the pallet beside her and gathered her into his arms. Her body throbbed with aftershocks. He stiffened suddenly and sat up, looking at the door. She heard it a few seconds later. Footsteps running toward the door. "Get dressed," he whispered. She pulled her underwear back on and reached for her pants. Carlos jumped up and pulled on his pants. "I heard strange noises," someone shouted in the hallway. "It sounded like the roar of a cat." "Impossible," another voice said. "The panther is dead." "Open the door," the professor ordered. Caitlin fastened her pants. Carlos ran barefoot to the side of the door and pressed himself against the wall. The bolt scraped, then the door cracked open. The muzzle of a rifle slid through the opening. Carlos waited, then grasped the muzzle and yanked the man into the room. As the man fell forward, Carlos karate-chopped him on the back of the neck and wrenched the rifle from his hand. As the next armed man ran into the room, Carlos spun around and swung the rifle like a bat. The man fell on the floor. Another man ran into the room, but Carlos flipped his rifle over and shot 3 darts into the man's chest. Gunshots rang out, and several tranquilizer darts hit Carlos in the chest. He ripped them out as more armed men ran into the room. They tried to shoot at him, but he ignored the darts and charged after them. Magnificent. Pat slipped inside the room. So incredibly strong. He can defy death. Carlos leaped at another armed man, knocking the rifle out of his hand, then punching him in the face. More darts were shot at him, but he kept fighting. Caitlin realized he was a level 5 werepanther now. He possessed superhuman strength and speed. He'd taken down several men in just a few seconds. The click of pistol hammer drew her attention, and she gasped. Pat had a revolver aimed at her head. "I suggest you stop," Pat told Carlos, "or I will be forced to shoot your wife." Carlos stopped, and was instantly bombarded with dozens of tranquilizer darts. "The woman too," Pat ordered. Caitlin winced as several darts pierced her skin. Her vision grew fuzzy. She saw Carlos crumble to the floor. "What an amazing specimen!" Pat exclaimed. "He must be the strongest cat in the world. The master will be so pleased." Caitlin collapsed on the pallet as everything went black. Chapter 27. Sean Whalen banged on the door at Romatech Industries, then shouted at the nearby surveillance camera. "Open up, damn you!" These damned vamps kept the place locked up tight at night. It was infuriating that he had to beg entrance in order to see his own daughter and grandchildren. "Open up!" They had to know he was here. The guard at the front gate would have alerted them. The front door opened, and he burst into the foyer to find Shanna and that damned bodyguard, Connor Buchanan. "Dad, what's wrong?" Shanna asked. "Is Mom okay?" He gritted his teeth. "Do you know where Caitlin is?" He spotted Phineas McKinney rushing into the foyer. "Where the hell is my daughter?" Phineas gave him an exasperated look. "Relax, dude, she's okay." "Then you know where she is?" Sean demanded. "Your daughter is on assignment," Connor replied. "Angus saw her last night, and she was fine." "The hell she is? I just got a call from the State Department.
A hill tribe contacted the American consulate in Chiang Mai, Thailand, and reported she was missing. They heard gunfire.
What? Shanna interrupted.
You heard me, Sean snapped. The tribe said there was a gunfight and Caitlin was taken. The consulate asked the local police to investigate, and they found a bunch of dead bodies in the road.
Shanna gasped. Connor pulled a cell phone from his sporran.
They also found an abandoned car and 2 backpacks, Sean continued. One had Caitlin's passport inside, and the other had a Brazilian passport for Carlos Pantera.
Phineas nodded.
They're on assignment together. You sent my daughter into the jungle with a damned shapeshifter? Sean shouted. We'll contact Angus as soon as possible, Phineas began. He won't be awake just now. I have his voicemail. Connor talked into his cell phone. Angus, it looks like Caitlin and Carlos have been abducted. We'll email you the details. You'd better find her, Sean yelled. You can tell Angus that if something happens to her, I'll hold you all responsible. I'll hunt you down.
Dad, please, Shanna hissed. We're just as upset about this as you are. Sean fisted his hands, attempting to regain control.
Can you track her whereabouts? Don't the McKay employees have some kind of homing beacon implanted in their arms?
We did that after Robbie was kidnapped, Phineas said. But only for the vamps. We didn't think the shifters or mortals would ever be targeted.
Well, you were wrong, weren't you? Sean growled.
Phineas motioned for Sean to follow him. Come into the office so we can get all the information you have. I'll broadcast it to all McKay employees. It'll be our top priority.
Sean scoffed. A lot of good that'll do. It's daytime in Thailand, so your vamps won't be any help at all.
He glanced over his shoulder. Shanna and Connor were following them down the hall.
This is your fault, Shanna. You just had to drag her into this foul world of yours.
Her face turned pale.
Enough, Waylon.
Connor glared at him.
You were going to do the same, offering her a job on your bloody stakeout team.
Phineas opened the door to the McKay security office, and Sean strode inside. He paced about as Shanna took a seat and Connor stood by the door, glaring at him. Phineas sat behind the desk. I was just reading the report Angus filed. He left Caitlin and Carlos with the Aka tribe.
I want to read that report, Sean demanded.
Phineas glanced at Connor, who frowned. Very well, Connor said. Let him see it. The information is most likely related to her abduction.
What information? Shanna asked.
Evidence of a powerful Chinese vampire who appears to have mortals assisting him, Connor explained.
They call him Master Han,
Phineas added.
Sean snorted. I should have known a vampire was involved in this. He could teleport Kate anywhere on the planet. We'll never find her.
We have employees all over the world, Connor said quietly. We will find her.
Why should I believe you? Sean sneered at him. You've been looking for Casimir for years, and you keep failing.
Connor's eyes narrowed.
We've been kicking ass, Phineas insisted. We've killed off a bunch of his minions.
Sean shrugged.
They'll keep coming as long as their leader's alive, and you can't even find him.
Connor's jaw clenched.
We've located Casimir twice, and he always escapes.
Sean enjoyed seeing the red flush of rage on Connor's face.
If anything happens to my daughter, I'll raze this place to the ground. I'll destroy you all.
Connor zoomed over to him in a blur of vampire speed and seized him by the shirt collar. His eyes blazed with anger.
Mind your manners, Waylon. You need us.
Sean wrenched himself free. That damned Connor. Once he started killing the vamps, he'd make sure Connor was second on the list, right after Shanna's damned husband. Carlos blinked his eyes open. The place was dark, but his eyes adjusted quickly. The floor beneath him vibrated slightly, and he could hear the hum of engines. There you are, Caitlin whispered. Welcome back. He planted a hand on the floor to push himself into a sitting position and felt something tug at his wrist. He was in handcuffs with a foot of chain between his hands. He sat up and felt another tug at his neck. What the hell? There was a collar around his neck, and a heavy chain extended from it to a metal bar. We're in a cage? Yes. Caitlin sat beside him, leaning back against the bars. There were no handcuffs or chains on her, and she had a blanket draped around her shoulders. They kept you drugged for hours. They're scared to death of you. The corner of her mouth tilted up. I can hardly blame them. You really kick ass. He grasped the thick chain in his fist and tugged. With his added strength, he might be able to break it. Where are we? On a plane, in a cargo hold. She wrapped the blanket tighter around her. We've been waiting for you to wake up. We? He glanced around and spotted Rajiv, the were-tiger. The young man was dressed in baggy pants. His long black hair hung over one shoulder in a braid, and there was a silver collar around his neck. His hands were also cuffed. He said something in his language. He's glad you're all right, Caitlin translated. I didn't know he'd been captured, Carlos said. Well, you have a good excuse. She gave him a wry look. You were knocked out and dying at the time. Better me than you. He thought back to their hike through the jungle. I thought I heard a tiger. She nodded. He followed us, then tried to help us. Pat was delighted to capture a second cat shifter since you were dying at the time. He arched a brow. Do I detect a little anger? I'm a bit peeved because you keep dying all the time. You don't have an unlimited amount of lives, you know. Neither did she. Carlos's gaze drifted to the bite mark on her neck. It was true. He'd bitten her. His mind was so fuzzy with the after effects of tranquilizers that he'd hoped he had only imagined biting her. It will be all right, she whispered. He hung his head, closing his eyes. I was talking to Rajiv while you were sleeping. She changed the subject. He's Raju's younger brother, only 20 years old. He hasn't fallen in love with any of the girls in his tribe, and his brother will be the head of the tribe for life, so Rajiv decided to leave in search of adventure. Carlos glanced at the young man who was watching them with his golden eyes. How can he take tiger form during the day? Oh, good question. Caitlin asked Rajiv in his language, then translated the response. He says he's on his second life. He was bitten by a cobra when he was 18. When he revived, he was able to shift whenever he wanted. Carlos nodded. If he wants adventure, he certainly found it. Caitlin smiled. He says he was somehow drawn to me, that he knew I would help him. Like Coco and Raquel. Carlos's gaze drifted once again to the bite on her neck. She was the most amazing woman in the world, and she was going to die because of him. Do you want to know what happened while you were sleeping? She asked. Jace. He glanced around the cargo hold. How did we get here? I woke up when Pat and his buddies were dragging us into a large room. Rajiv was already there, and 3 vampires, so it must have been after dark. The vampires spoke Thai to Pat, but Chinese to each other. They didn't realize I can understand Chinese. So what were they saying? Carlos asked. They were worried about the silver collars on you and Rajiv, worried that they wouldn't be able to teleport you. Pat gave you and Rajiv a sedative, then he removed the silver collars. And then the teleporting began. It took a while since the 3 vampires had to make multiple trips to take us and Pat and his buddies. Where did they take us? Carlos asked. To a small airport. I think it was on an island because I could see palm trees and sand, and I could hear waves breaking. The vampires talked about being afraid to teleport any farther east. Right, Carlos nodded. They don't want to accidentally teleport into sunlight and get fried. So, I figure the island was east of Thailand, somewhere in the Pacific. and I assume we're still traveling east. They offered us blankets, but Rajiv refused his and growled at them.
Good man.
Carlos gave Rajiv a thumbs up. She pointed to another caged area in the cargo hold, barely visible with the dim running lights. See those coffins over there? A while back, the vampires came down here and climbed inside them.
We must be heading into sunlight.
Carlos tugged on his chain.
If I can get into their cage, I could kill them.
With what? Caitlin asked. We have no weapons. They took our shoes and belts. My feet are frozen. She rubbed her bare feet together. And these bars are really strong. Rajiv already tested them. Carlos curled a fist around a bar and shook it. It didn't budge. We might as well wait it out, she said. I don't think any of us know how to fly a plane.
Good point. How long have we been in the air?
We're not sure. We don't have watches, but it seems like a long time.
Flying east for hours,
he murmured.
It's actually a good thing if this trip takes a long time. It'll give McKay more time to figure out we're missing and track us down.
Caitlin nodded. My sister has a strong psychic link to me. I'm trying to send her images of us in a cage on an airplane.
You're amazing.
His gaze lingered on the soft golden color of her hair, the sweet line of her jaw, and the pink perfection of her lips. So beautiful. Don't look at me like that, she whispered. Like you're trying to memorize every detail before I'm gone. He swallowed hard.
I'll never forgive myself if...
Don't say it. She pressed 2 cold fingers to his mouth. I'm going to make it. He took her cold hand in his.
Your chances are not good.
I'm going to fight, she insisted. I'm not going to leave you. You know how stubborn I can be. He smiled sadly.
So, you'll survive just to prove me wrong?
If I have to, yes. Just because I'm a lousy warrior doesn't mean I'm not strong.
You're the strongest woman I know.
Thank you. Her eyes glimmered with emotion. So what will happen exactly? Will I sprout whiskers in a few days? Or have an insatiable desire for tuna? His chest tightened. He knew she had to be scared, but she was putting on a brave front.
The change will remain dormant inside you until it's triggered by the full moon. That's why the first time is so dramatic and painful. The abruptness of the transformation is more than some people can bear.
So I have to wait until the next full moon?
Jess, about 2 weeks from now.
She nodded, then leaned back against the bars. 2 weeks. He rubbed her hand to warm up her fingers. Whenever, if ever, they got out of this mess alive, he wanted to make their marriage legal. Tears came to his eyes when he realized how short their marriage would likely last.
Catalina, will you marry me?
She squeezed his hand. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 28. Caitlin was hoping she'd recognized their location when they disembarked, but unfortunately they never left the plane. At one point during the flight, Pat and his armed thugs came down to the cargo hold to check on them. She begged to go to the restroom, so Pat allowed them to go one at a time with an armed escort. Carlos and Rajiv each required 3 armed escorts. She hoped Pat would talk to his cohort so she could glean more information, but they were silent now that they knew she understood Thai. She continued to send airplane images to her sister, but had no idea if she was succeeding. After many hours, she finally felt the plane descend and heard the landing gear lower. When they jostled and bounced a little with the landing, Rajiv stiffened.
What is that?
We just landed, she told him in his language. He was trying to be brave, but she could tell he was nervous. It was his first time to travel by air, and his first time away from home.
Do you know who's piloting the plane?
Carlos asked. No. She shook her head. I never saw anyone in a uniform. I think one of their thugs must know how to fly. The plane taxied for what seemed like a long time.
I counted about 6 mortals during our bathroom break, Carlos whispered.
She nodded. The guy who escorted me is called Sawat.
The huge lummox with the broken nose? Carlos glanced at the coffins. It would be better to defeat the mortals before the vampires wake up.
You and Rajiv can't shift with those collars on, and we have no weapons. I think we should wait till we disembark, then try to find a way to escape. Carlos's eyes narrowed as he considered. Whatever you do, please don't get yourself killed again, she muttered. He frowned.
It's not like I enjoy it.
The plane stopped moving. Caitlin tensed, afraid that Carlos and Rajiv would try something suicidal when Pat and his cohorts arrived. They waited. And waited. Rajiv curled up on the floor and fell asleep.
Merda, Carlos muttered. They're waiting for nightfall.
So the vampires can wake up. She finished his thought. The time dragged by. She wrapped the blanket around herself and Carlos and lightly dozed. A sudden creak woke her up. Carlos motioned with his head toward the coffins. She shivered at the sight of the lids slowly opening. The vampires floated out of the coffins and landed on their feet. They were all Chinese as far as she could tell, and dressed in red embroidered silk robes. Their long, black hair was braided down their backs, and their fingernails were yellow and about 6 inches long. They turned their heads toward her and hissed, showing sharp, yellow fangs. She shuddered and huddled closer to Carlos. She hoped she and her friends weren't breakfast.
If one of them tries to bite you, Carlos whispered, I'll snap his neck.
Pat and 6 men came down to the cargo hold. Sawat opened the vampire cage and bowed as they exited. Pat and the others bowed low. The vampires seized 3 men and sank their fangs into their necks. Caitlin flinched. The men didn't fight. They quietly submitted and bowed low after the vampires released them.
We have arrived in San Francisco?
The tallest vampire asked in Chinese.
Yes, master.
Pat responded in the same language.
All is ready at the temple.
San Francisco? She immediately shot an image of the Golden Gate Bridge to her sister.
Then, it is time for us to go.
The tallest vampire moved toward Caitlin and her friends. Pat and his 6 thugs ran up to the cage. Several pointed handguns at them, while the others grasped the chain connected to Carlos's silver collar. They yanked on it to pull Carlos toward them. He resisted, but the collar pressed into his throat, cutting off his air. He relented then and let them draw him back. Caitlin winced when the back of his head hit the metal bars. With Carlos pinned to the bars, Sawat tugged his t-shirt up in the back. Caitlin gasped as Pat plunged a syringe into Carlos's back. Pat glanced at her.
It's just a sedative. We need you all alive.
Sawat smirked.
For a little while.
Carlos's eyes flickered shut, and he crumpled to the floor. Pat and his thugs did the same procedure to Rajiv, then opened the cage and removed the silver collars from both the cat shifters. The vampires sauntered inside the cage, and 2 of them grabbed Rajiv and Carlos and teleported away. Soon they were back and teleporting away the thugs and Pat. The 3rd vampire advanced toward Caitlin. She stepped back, her heart thundering in her ears.
When we celebrate the resurrection of Master Han, I will take this one,
he said in Chinese.
I will drain her dry and burn her flesh for my incense.
She swallowed hard and sent another frantic image of the Golden Gate Bridge to her sister. The vampire lurched toward her with incredible speed. She jumped back, but his long fingernails had curled around her arm. He teleported, taking her with him, and everything went black. She stumbled when they arrived and fell onto her knees as the vampire tossed her aside. She saw Carlos and Rajiv nearby, lying unconscious on the floor. She remained huddled on the floor as she scanned the surroundings. They appeared to be on a raised wooden dais at the end of a rectangular room. Beams painted a lacquer red crossed the vaulted ceiling. Bare white walls were trimmed with more red lacquered woodwork. At the end of the room, a large brass gong sat between two black doors gilded with gold. Pat stood by the gong, and he now wore a black silk robe with a hood. The 6 thugs stood along the back wall, armed with large ceremonial swords. This had to be the temple the vampires had referred to. She spotted the 3 vampires on the other side of the dais. In the center of the dais there was an altar made of wood, inlaid with gold dragons. On top reclined the body of a tall man, dressed in red silk with gold braid. A chill crept down her spine. The man on the altar must be Master Han. The gong sounded, and she glanced toward the entrance as Pat struck it again. The entrance doors opened and men filed in, 2 by 2, dressed in black silk robes with the hoods drawn up to cover their heads and hide their faces. 20 in all, she counted. The last ones to enter closed the doors, then joined their fellow black-robed monks as they formed 5 rows with a center aisle between them. Each row had 4 men. Pat hit the gong again. "Master Han!" the monks shouted in unison, then dropped to their knees and bowed forward. One monk seemed to be slightly slower than the others, Caitlin noted, as if he didn't quite know the routine. The armed thugs along the back wall also dropped to their knees. Beside her, Carlos and Rajiv stirred. Pat marched down the center aisle swinging a brass censer that emitted a trail of smoke. Incense filled the air, and the monks began to chant. Carlos and Rajiv sat up and glanced warily about. Caitlin figured Carlos was counting their opponents and assessing their chances of defeating them in battle. She didn't know how well the 20 monks could fight, and there were still 6 armed thugs, Pat, and 3 vampires. That made it 30 to 3. Really bad odds. Carlos was one hell of a fighter, and he could probably take down 7 or 8 guys before he was captured or killed. Again. She looked at him and shook her head, pleading with her eyes that he not attempt anything rash. Pat stepped onto the dais and set his incense burner onto a brass stand. "Guardians, behold your master!" He lifted his arms as he approached the altar. The monks sat up and shouted, "Master Han!" It was 45 years ago when Master Han brought peace to the warring factions of the 3 vampire lords, Pat announced. It was Master Han who unified the vampires and their minions to one common goal. It was through Master Han that we grew in power and territory. It was through Master Han that we realized we could take over all of Asia. The vampires and monks cheered. And then, Pat's voice grew sad. Then, the unthinkable happened. Master Han and his forces claimed victory over a village in Tibet and requested the most beautiful virgin be delivered to him as a gift. The village sent the girl, filled with poison, and when Master Han drank from her, he fell into a deep sleep. The monks murmured their disapproval. "We rose up to avenge our master," Pat continued. "We burned the village to the ground and slaughtered all that lived there." The monks cheered. "We brought the master here to San Francisco, where Dr. Chu is known to have the greatest knowledge of ancient folklore and herbal remedies. For 5 years we have tried to revive our master." Pat motioned to one of the monks. "Dr. Chu has long been convinced there is only one way to resurrect our master." The monk stood and pushed back his hood to reveal thin, graying hair. "Ancient texts tell us that a corpse can be brought back to life
if a cat jumps over it. Not any cat will do. It must be a magical cat of great power. And now we have the most powerful cats in the world! Pat exclaimed as he gestured toward Carlos and Rajiv. Caitlin snorted. That was why they'd been kidnapped? So Carlos could shift and jump over an unconscious vampire? She looked at him and rolled her eyes. He frowned and shook his head slightly. And then she realized why he didn't see the humor in the situation. If he jumped over Master Han, and it didn't magically cure the vampire, they could be blamed for the scheme's failure to work. They would probably be executed, and if they fought, they were terribly outnumbered. Pat pointed at Carlos. It is time. You will shift and jump over our master. Carlos stood slowly, looked around the room, then shook his head. No thanks. The monks gasped. Pat flinched. You do not deny the master. He motioned for the 6 thugs armed with swords to approach the dais. One of the monks, the one who had moved slower than the others, suddenly jumped to his feet and zoomed toward them at vampire speed. His hood slipped back as he jumped onto the dais, and Caitlin thought she detected a glint of recognition in Carlos's eyes. The vampire monk seized her from behind and pressed a knife to her neck. Her blood chilled with fear. You will jump over our master, Pat ordered Carlos, or you will see your wife die. Caitlin's breath hitched when Carlos hesitated. He exchanged a look with her captor. Then, with a shrug, he turned toward Pat. Go ahead. I'm tired of her. She gasped. Pat's eyes bulged. What? Carlos waved a dismissive hand. She's lousy in bed. She just lays there and makes me do all the work. Caitlin gasped again. Was he serious? Her heart plummeted when she saw all the monks murmuring and nodding their heads in commiseration with Carlos. Do not harm her, Rajiv cried in his language. He ran toward the altar and shifted into a tiger as he leaped over Master Han. No! Carlos shouted. Monks jumped to their feet. Rajiv landed on the other side of the altar and shifted back to a human. His pants had remained on and were now ripped to shreds. A collective gasp spread over the room as Master Han's body began to twitch. The monks jumped up and down, shouting in celebration. Master Han floated up in the air, then stood on the altar. His face was covered with a golden mask. Oh shit. The monk who held Caitlin muttered in English. He pressed a button on his wristwatch. Angus, get over here now. What? Caitlin turned her head to look at her captor. He winked. J.L. Wang at your service. He handed her the knife, then drew 2 swords from underneath his robe. He tossed one to Carlos. Carlos and J.L. leapt from the dais, running toward the thugs. Caitlin winced at the sound of clashing swords. Some of the monks fled toward the doors, but before they could escape, Angus materialized by the entrance with a group of vamps. Caitlin recognized Emma, Phineas, Connor, Ian, Roman, and to her amazement, her father. Screams reverberated around the temple as those who challenged the vamps were quickly killed. Rajiv ran back to Caitlin, and on the way, he grabbed the brass stand, letting the incense burner fall onto the floor. He stood next to her, holding the brass stand like a weapon. Sawat jumped onto the dais, his face twisted with rage as he stalked toward her and Rajiv. I'll kill you both! He lifted his sword and charged. She threw the knife J.L. had given her. Sawat screamed as the knife plunged into his groin. She winced. Rajiv gave her a wary look and stepped back. I was aiming for his chest, she assured him. Really? Master Han! Pat shouted. You must flee to safety. No! Carlos ran toward the dais to stop Master Han. J.L. was close behind.
Pat jumped in front of the altar, pulling a knife from his robe so he could protect his master. Carlos swiped Pat with his blade, and he fell to the side, wounded. Carlos stabbed at Master Han, but he vanished. No! Carlos charged toward the 3 vampires. One zoomed over to the wounded Pat, grabbed him, then teleported away. "Take me!" Sawat screamed, his hands covering his bloody crotch. He glared at Caitlin. "I will not forget you, bitch!" He disappeared as one of the vampires teleported away with him. The 3rd vampire teleported away with Dr. Chu. The battle came to an end with all the remaining monks and thugs either dead or surrendering. Carlos rushed toward Caitlin. "Are you all right?" She folded her arms and glared at him. "You're tired of me? I just lay there and you have to do all the work?" He snorted. "I was just buying time, sweetheart. I knew the instant I saw JL that help was on the way." "You know him?" "Sure." Carlos slapped JL on the back. "He works for McKay. I knew he wasn't going to hurt you." JL nodded. "Sorry about scaring you. I knew I'd better put a knife to your throat before any of the other guys could." "How did you find us?" Caitlin asked. "When your sister claimed you were in San Francisco, I went undercover in Chinatown," JL explained. "Angus and the guys teleported to the Coven House nearby and waited for me to call. And since JL's a vamp, he has a homing beacon inserted underneath his skin," Carlos continued. "I knew Angus and the others would come." Caitlin let out a deep breath. Shanna had received the images. "Thank God." She hugged JL. "Thank you. I was so afraid Carlos would try to fight everyone by himself and get killed again." Carlos frowned. "I had a plan. I was going to grab that brass stand and leap onto the altar and threaten to ram it through Master Han's heart if they didn't put down their weapons and let you and Rajiv go." JL nodded. "Not a bad plan." "And what would have happened then?" Caitlin asked. "How were you going to escape?" Carlos shifted his weight. "I didn't have that part figured out yet." She didn't know whether to scream or cry. He always put her safety before his own. "I love you so much." He grinned and pulled her into his arms. "Is it over then?" Rajiv asked Caitlin in his language. "Yes." She turned toward him. "We can take you home if you like. Or if you'd rather, you could probably work for the same company as these other guys. They work for McKay Security and Investigation, and they go around catching bad guys." "Like Master Han?" Rajiv asked. "I would like to work with them." He hung his head. "It is my fault that Master Han rose again. I only did it because I thought they were going to kill you." She hugged the young were-tiger. "No one blames you, Rajiv. You have proven yourself the bravest of warriors." "What's going on?" Carlos asked. "I think Rajiv would like to work for Angus," she replied. "I'll introduce him." JL motioned for Rajiv to follow him. He turned and nearly skidded in the pool of blood left by Sawat. "Damn, he left his balls in San Francisco." Carlos laughed and gathered her back into his arms. "Are you really okay?" "Yes." She leaned her head against his chest. "But I'm ready for a nice, long break." His arms tightened around her, but he remained silent. She could guess what he was thinking. Her break would not last long. In 2 weeks, she would shift for the first time, and she might not survive it. As soon as they teleported back to Romatech, Carlos asked Sean Whalen for his daughter's hand in marriage. Afterward, when Carlos's nose stopped bleeding, he called Father Andrew to make the arrangements. They were married the next night at the chapel at Romatech. Roman offered to walk Caitlin down the aisle, since her father refused to come. Shanna was her matron of honor, and Coco and Raquel served as flower girls. Carlos asked Fernando to be his best man. Constantine was his ring-bearer. It made his heart ache when Caitlin spent their wedding night running a fever and throwing up. After returning to Romatech, he confided to Shanna and Roman that he'd bitten Caitlin and feared they would lose her in 2 weeks. Shanna, Roman, and his head chemist Laszlo worked all night long, developing a formula that would hopefully ease Caitlin into the transformation. The formula consisted of synthetic blood that matched Caitlin's blood type, plus a small amount of werepanther DNA they had isolated from his blood. They figured her chances of survival would be greater if her body were allowed to adapt slowly to the werepanther DNA, rather than letting her undergo an abrupt and total change when the moon was full. Shanna was so terrified of losing her sister that she insisted Caitlin receive the first dose the next night, the night of her wedding. Within a few hours, Caitlin was miserably sick. The next night, she was given another dose, this one with a tiny bit more werepanther DNA. Again, she was sick. This went on for a week, and Carlos feared the worst. Werepanther DNA made her ill. How could she ever survive the transformation? Caitlin refused to stop the treatments, since Roman believed their plan would work. She insisted on remaining positive and hopeful. Her bright attitude was one of the things Carlos loved most about her, so he tried not to show how frightened he was. When the night of the full moon arrived, Romatech employees were given the night off. Only Shanna, Roman, and Connor remained. Phineas and Howard stayed at the Dragonesti home with Tino and Sophia. Carlos knew Shanna didn't want the children around in case the worst happened. Shanna had attempted to make the gazebo in the Romatech garden comfortable for them. She'd placed a mattress inside with blankets. Roman had given Carlos a syringe with a painkiller in case Caitlin needed it. As the moon began to rise, Caitlin and Shanna hugged each other tightly, with tears in their eyes. Then, with a heavy, fearful heart, Carlos led Caitlin outside to the gazebo. He glanced back at the Romatech cafeteria and could see Shanna inside, pacing nervously while her husband and Connor stood nearby. As the moon rose higher in the night sky, Caitlin's breathing became more labored. The first pain hit right after they entered the gazebo. She curled up on the mattress, her eyes squeezed shut. When the pain subsided, Carlos encouraged her to undress. She was shaking, so he wrapped her in blankets and held her tight. Another pain hit, and she cried out. Soon, she was rocking back and forth, whimpering. "Do you want the painkiller?" he asked. She shook her head. "I'm going to get through this, Carlos. I'm not giving up." Tears blurred his vision. "You're the bravest woman I've ever met." She cried out and collapsed on the mattress. She rolled onto all fours and trembled. She screamed when claws burst out of her fingertips. Her arms started to shimmer, then turned black. Her hands shifted into paws. "You're doing it, Caitlin." She screamed when her back legs crackled to reform into panther legs. Then her back arched, more bones crunching and shifting. Her whimpers turned into a growl. "My head," she whispered. "It's going to explode." He held her tight. Her body was now sleek and black. She screamed again. Her head shifted, and her scream turned into a roar. She collapsed onto the mattress, panting. "You did it." He held her head in his hands and gazed at her lovely turquoise cat eyes. "Catalina, my beautiful cat, you did it." She licked his hand, and her tongue was raspy. Carlos stripped and shifted. She was still lying on the mattress, but her breathing had eased. He nudged her with his head. "Come on, let's go play." She lifted her head. "You can talk to me telepathically?" "Yes. It was a power I gained when I reached level 3. Level 1 werepanthers can't do it usually, but you came into this with psychic power." He nudged her with his head again. "Come on, Run with me." She rolled onto all fours and followed him outside the gazebo. She glanced toward the cafeteria. Shanna was inside, and when she spotted 2 werepanthers, she jumped up and down, hollering and punching the air. She and Roman hugged each other, laughing. Carlos chuckled, then trotted toward the woods. "Your senses will be sharper. You'll be able to see in the dark." "I feel strong," she told him, "like a hunter." They ran all over the grounds at Romatech. She learned to leap and sharpen her claws. She even tried pouncing on Carlos a few times. When the moon began its descent, they returned to the gazebo. The shift back to human form was less painful for her. Still, she lay back on the mattress, breathing heavily. "My God, I'm exhausted. I could sleep for a week." Carlos shifted back, then covered her with a blanket. "You did it, Catalina. I'm so proud of you." She heaved a sigh. "I'm glad it's over. Now you can stop looking at me with all that guilt in your eyes. It was hurting me to see you hurting so much." Tears threatened to fall. "I don't know how I could have lived with myself if I'd lost you. I love you more than I can say." She touched his face. "It's all right. We made it through." She smiled. "I guess Shanna was right from the beginning. I get to have kittens." Smiling, he brushed her hair back from her brow. "Our children will be completely normal until they reach puberty and shift for the first time." He tilted his head. "I take that back. No child from you would be completely normal." "Hey!" She swatted his shoulder. He chuckled. "I mean, your children will probably be beautiful, intelligent, and psychically gifted." "Oh, well, that's true." Her eyes twinkled with humor. "And your children will probably know how to sweet-talk their way out of trouble." "I like them already." He kissed her freckled nose. "Me too." She wrapped her arms around his neck. "Maybe we should get started on them right away, you being an endangered species and all. It would be the environmentally responsible thing to do." "I love it when you talk sexy." She laughed. "I love it when you purr in my ear." He nuzzled her ear and growled low. She shivered. He kissed a path down her neck. "Catalina, are you sure you're not too tired?" "I'm exhausted. But then, I thought I'd just lay here and let you do all the work." He lifted his head to give her a wry look. "You're never forgiving me for that, are you?" Her mouth twitched. "You'll never know." Naughty kitty. With a laugh, she flipped him over and straddled him. Holding his shoulders down, she leaned over and nipped at his ear. "No more dying, you hear me? I won't have you dying for me." He chuckled. "For you, sweetheart? I want to live forever." This recording of Eat, Pray, Love by Carolyn Sparks was performed by Gia St. Clair. It was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2010 by Carolyn Sparks. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.